kind of toaster you want to take a bath with, you know? I'm sorry, what? Can we check out Ron's chat history and make sure they're not a weirdo? Now I'm sus. I'm on high alert for the weirdos. Do you want to know how I feel? Last night I went to bed, and as soon as I laid down, or rather, as soon as I got into my room, some weirdo was like making comments about me, as like I couldn't see it. So I got out of my comfy mindset to go and ban them because y'all are too comfortable. Yumi? What are you doing up there? Saw some toaster bath bombs? Okay, that is pretty funny. Toaster shaped. That is funny. Those people are not chat? Wait, what do you mean by that? Of course they are. Who else would they be? Blur stream was sleeping. I just don't have to sleep on stream, but I do it anyway. Because, what the fuck are you doing? Get down! What are you doing? Burger. Do a flip! Do a flip! Do a flip off the counter! Pussy! You won't! He's putting his head in the blender. This is a blender. Balloony. Do I want double cheese? I do want double cheese. Thank you for asking. Yes, I do want double the cheese. Will it blend? You're evil. He is normally very interested in anything I do. He follows me everywhere. He's a really curious cat. He's also a good boy. But he ain't mine. No, we didn't. We didn't call a single scammer. I wasn't feeling well though. I kind of just didn't feel like it. Now I'm getting hungry. I'm sorry. Gotta do a cooking by the book. Ba, ba, da, 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 da. This is gonna be a fire burger. Okay, what's the sauce? I have bacon, Gouda. No alerts on here either, apparently. Oh, yo! Sagi. Maiji. Tell me how to say your name. Thank you so much for subbing on your own. If I could have peed on you sooner, I would have. But I very much appreciate you doing that, so you don't have to see ads. What sauce are we doing? Okay, we have your mama, sci-fi girl. Apparently I have this, so like that's cool. Thank you for the 7 months. We have bacon, Gouda cheese, and burger. Oh, I haven't seasoned it. My bad. All right, chat. Season cam. Just a little bit of pepper. I think I'm gonna sleep really well tonight, because I don't have to wake up fucking early as shit. Chat, what time do you want to wake up tomorrow? Wait, don't answer that. Let's focus on the sauce. Ow! An easy sauce. Burger sauce? Yo! 13 a.m. Ooh, I'll do that. Sriracha mayo. You are a genius. Mayo with a little sriracha. You too. How much mayo on a burger? I'm definitely putting mayo on it. And sriracha. Okay, chat. It's decided. Bye. Ah! Ooh, garlic powder too? Okay. Yes, absolutely. Definitely. Here, would you like sauce, Cam? Well, what shape is bacon if not that shape? Here you go, sauce cam. Now say when. They're like, you did not give me the chance, streamer. A little bit of garlic powder. Yes. Ah! Caught it. What? Hold on, the bacon cooked faster than the meat did. I'm gonna stir. Where's my spoon? There you go. Stir cam. Let her cook. I am... Where are you? Where are you? Oh! Sometimes I wish you guys could just see my eyes and what I see, because this is what I did. I went to go put some sauce on, and I just... Yeah. Oops. I missed. I missed a lot. Ta-da! That's a lot of mayo. This is going to be a very wet burger. Look, I had to get the bacon off as soon as possible because this is what it looks like. Charred a wee bit. While we were doing the dog walking thing, could you hear the lady very well? Don't look at my fucking vacuums. That looks like a banana. You could? Okay, that's good. Crispy bacon would approve. Okay, I'm glad it sounded good. I was so scared because it was quiet. A fucking crowded ass highway. Time to add the cheese? Would you like to add the cheese? Yeah, I overcooked the bacon. Are you done? Are you quite done? I'm gonna give it a minute or two more. Gonna add veg or no? No. Because I have a rabbit and I like to leave the vegetables for him. Okay? He can take care of it. Not me. Cover it? Oh yeah, true. I don't feel like it actually. Oh shit. Are you MTV? Are you looking at my crib? Hooah! Hi Shark! I'm making food. Do you want any? I'm also very tired. I've also been streaming for how many hours now, guys? Like 50 something hours. Would you would? Yay. I'm telling you this because I don't want you to be like, man, I should check in on Yeb. She doesn't seem okay. I'm fine. Oh. Yes, Lumi? Oh my god, you need to see this man. Can you see him from here? Do you see that white thing? What are you doing? Okay. Yeah. What are you doing? I don't know what I'm doing. And now Soup's trying to antagonize him. You guys can't see her, but she's trying to hop up there. Is your sound dampener wall just plants? They're like tiles. Yeah, they're like plant tiles. I put those up rather recently. And they're not for sound dampening. They're just because like I will work and I face that wall. And yes, streaming is work. So I work and I face that wall. And I just wanted to put something nice there because I'm always facing it and I never decorated that part of the wall, so I just wanted to look nice. Okay, I think I'm going to put the cheese on. Sock your dad, Calypso, absolutely minging. It's been a long time since I thought about her. What's she doing? Hello? Ha! Hot! Where's the cover for this? I don't know. Oh, I think it's in the dishwasher. Well, whatever, the cheese will melt. Okay, chat, we're making a burger. What's on the screen? What is that? Do you see that? Oh, something phasing it out of my head to you guys too, or what? Do you see this? What the fuck is that? What is this? Do you see that? What is that? You see that? What is this? It's a ghost? Dude, this is just like when Shane was streaming, man. God damn. Beer gear. With cheese. Hot. Time to go back to the room, bitches. But not without a beverage. I'm actually going to stop it right here, and I'm going to run back to the room. You'll see me. Boomer, what do you do for work? You work in an... You said you work with an airline company? It's a unique approach to the kitchen triangle. In Yep's kitchen, it's more of a line. Laying out the stove, sink, and refrigerator in a triangle cuts down on retrieval distance and creates a happier kitchen. Huh.
Boomer works in the Lake House movie situation. He gets mail from the year 2026.
Huh? Man, that chair's so empty without him. I should call him. Sorry, I just assumed that you worked in an airline because you said something about working or some. You didn't say anything about working. You said something about landing more planes. Whatever. The thing that we did yesterday. Now Boomer's like, man, I really regret involving myself in the stream so much. This bitch trying to end my career. How'd you get the water can out? Shoved it. Is there a clip of it? Oh, I think there is. It's called Show This to Adri.
I guess we don't matter, chat. We don't deserve a Burgie.
What? Oh my god, here.
I will DM you what I do for a living.
Oh, okay. Wait, are you sure? Because if you tell me, I might accidentally say it. Maybe don't. Unless you don't mind. Which it seems like you do. Here you go. Here's our colorless burger. We'll call it the Brit burger. Not like Brit like that Brit. You should have grabbed napkins. There's a lot of mayo. I know. Master has given Dobby the last paper towel. Master has given Dobby the last paper Master. I actually haven't
The
seen this clip.
absolutely minging burger.
Yes, that's actually such a better name. Master has given Dobby a Glock. Adri said I couldn't do it myself. Send this clip to Adri. Hey Adri, watch this. This burger's gonna be very messy, so if you don't like to watch messy people eat, then don't watch me eat. Oh, you could see the splash in that clip. That's so funny. She clapped. That's funny. Yeah, it wasn't that heavy once you put your back into it. And then I just closed the fucking door. There's so much water in the house right now. That was good. That was good. Good job, me. Yes, I am saying good job to myself in post. Eep. 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 And that's where the bin stayed for several months. No. Guys, this is going to be a really wet burger. I think I put too much cheese and too much mayo. I always do this. Does everyone else do this? Please say yes so I feel normal. I put too much on, always. Like, I never fail to put way too much. Good night. Squish it. It'll make it even messier. Yes. No. Damn it. You know what? The people are saying no. You. You're probably scared to go over 50 on the highway.
Nope.
Can I put on that episode of GMM that looks interesting to me, please? Can I put on the bang one? Is that okay? Yay, Sai! Nice! Look at you! You give 0 hex. I go all the way to 70. Yo. You don't drive at 80? Sometimes when I get off the highway, I'm like, this is too slow. And then I think about it and I'm like, why does this feel slow? And I look down at my speedometer and I'm like, I'm going 60. This is a residential area. And I'm like, man, not everything needs to be about going fast. Okay, chat. Burger time? You gotta know your car's top speed. I like to go on the highway when it's clear enough and then I go 88 miles an hour and then I just hit the gas. There's usually no one in my car when I do that, so it's just for me. But I really love Back to the Future, so it's worth it. I only go to 100. Ooh, so you're like me. You live fast, eat ass. We are the same. Don't deny it. No, I can hear your fingers from here. You don't need to disagree with me. Put your hands down. Put them at your side. Keep them there. How much burger fits in a 1 bite? Well, let's see it while I play the video, shall we? Also, thank you just hanging out with me. Thank you for hanging out. If you're hanging out with me right now, just know I appreciate you. I'm just literally eating a burger and sitting at my desk. But that's what this is about. We're going to talk about tomorrow when I'm done. And then maybe we'll do something or we'll see what happens, okay? So let's just watch this video and eat this burger. Sound good? Okay. Lumi? 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 Good night, Kath. Lumi? All right. Did you exclamation point Lumi?
Which Bang Energy flavor is the most banging?
Let's talk about that.
Which one, chat? Ooh.
Nope.
This is very near and dear to my heart because I used to consume so much Bang. Y'all remember that?
Good mythical morning.
Sure. We've tasted every Monster Energy drink flavor.
And sure, we've drunk as much Red Bull as humanly possible.
And as much Monster as humanly possible.
Big deal!
I mean, yeah, big deal. Who else can say they've done that?
Probably somebody on you. Probably the Try Guys. I don't know. You know, there's people doing similar things. But I like to believe that we have our own unique style.
Yeah. A unique lifestyle, even.
Yeah,
and you know what? We are not done. We're thirsty for more carbonated caffeine bombs available in dozens of flavors.
And we've got a whole lot of errands to run right after this show, so
Yeah.
this seems like the perfect day to get our bang on.
It's time for Gut Check Bang Energy Drink Edition.
You know the drill, gentlemen. The Mythical Crew acquired every available straightforward Bang energy drink flavor for today's tasting, a total of 31 flavors.
What's gonna happen to our bodies?
Riding high.
After you try each flavor, you'll give it a score of 1 to 100 based on your gut reactions. Then you'll taste the top 4 to determine which Bang energy drink deserves the top title of the ultimate banger.
And how am I
meaning.
going to contribute? By referring to my scoring aid.
Now that's a cool scoring aid.
Score with a bang.
I question, usually you have facial expressions associated with the scoring, so that's how you know. This is basically just someone counting to 100.
I'm thoroughly moist and
Yeah. You
more,
on a rocket.
pre-camed.
Right. Yeah. I don't. Yeah. It's.
I stopped my meal to say, what? This was your first GMM video? There's so many good ones. But, you know, they're probably going to make a lot of inside jokes. But it's okay. You'll enjoy it.
I guess it's not gonna work.
Well, let's see if my scoring chart is going to be any help to me. It's on the back of a Doritos box. Oh, you know what?
It's pretty similar.
It's actually basically the same as yours.
Yeah, it is. Yeah, it is.
Mine says fly like an eagle.
Score with a bang, fly like an eagle.
For
Yeah.
you, passion is the most important thing. Forget about winning, focus on being. I'm so proud, even when you fail.
Oh, I think you really needed to hear those things.
Yeah, but this is not trying to score bangs.
Just in life, though.
It's like a fortune cookie meets like that, you know, the little sticky notes that you tape to your mirror in the morning to make yourself feel good.
Yeah, this is the first one I'm going to keep with me.
Get with me.
Okay, if your palates need a refresh at any point, we have some caffeine-free chamomile tea in our fabulous Flora's Lava travel mugs from mythical.com.
hot.
And we're kicking things
Is that
off
hot?
with the fruity category,
Hey.
starting with Cherry Blade Lemonade.
Ooh, sharp.
Cherry Blade.
A little fakey. I think that's going to be the case for a lot of these. 49.
Are you tasting the blade? Yeah, don't love it. I'm down here at 30.
Wilden Watermelon.
Okay, all right.
Okay, watermelon.
They're all clear. Oh, I kind of like that.
Yeah, I'm looking over there. Every single one
Except
is totally
one.
clear.
There's a brown one.
So they don't add any coloring.
Oh, that's not bad.
colorations.
68. It's better than the last one.
You know what? It hasn't moved me off 30.
Okay. You're stuck on 30.
Bankster Berry.
What berry is it?
That's me.
Wow, that's tart. It's a boysenberry.
It's got that,
It gets into Red Bull territory.
like a chemist came up with an idea of what a berry should be.
50.
I'm lower than you, 45.
You can do that.
It just makes me feel weird.
Blue Raz.
Berry?
Nope, don't you say it. $55. I'm creeping up.
60.
Citrus Twist.
Okay, now let's get into some citrus.
Their names are cool. You know, blades and twists and
The first part was pretty nice.
refreshing citrus.
There was a 68.
I can't
for
get
me
off
again.
55.
Delish Strawberry Kiss.
That's almost too many words to describe it.
Oh,
It's creamy in a weird way.
I don't like that.
Is that what the kiss is?
38.
Kiss makes it creamy? I'm still at 50. No, I'm right here.
So it's
right here in the
interesting.
middle.
You've never talked about your scores in this way that like you get moved to a place and then you stay there based on the next subsequent drink. I don't really know how to think about that.
Me neither. I've never thought about it
as
that
a
way.
viewer. Hey, listen.
And I'm gonna go backwards.
For
It's
you,
kind of like the game of life.
Passion is the most important thing.
It is. For you, it's not.
Nectarine Blueberry.
That sounds fucking good.
Now
Nectarine
that's fun.
blueberry?
That's fun. I think I've rounded the corner to 63.
I feel like I could give all these the same score, but I'm going to give that one a 58.
Peach Mango.
Okay, they do go together well.
Okay. You know what? Something about mango keeps that weird taste from
I know
coming
what it
in
is.
at the end.
It's because mango has an aftertaste already.
Whoa.
So you just start to forgive it.
75 mango.
74.
Woo!
Raging Raspberry Hibiscus.
Hibiscus. You can't put
can
that
you-
in a drink.
And put it with rage. You're gonna make a
This is
hibiscus
my favorite
rage.
flavor.
It's 50. It's a 50. I'm sorry, 50.
I'm not tasting any rage.
Did you taste the hibiscus?
And I'm glad.
Would you know it if you tasted
No,
hibiscus?
No, which is why I like it. 62.
Would you know it if you tasted hibiscus?
Oh yeah.
Purple Guava Pear.
But it's not purple. It's
Yeah.
clear. But so a purple guava is a thing?
Oh, okay. As you know, I like purple. That was good. 72. I liked it.
49.
Strawberry Blast.
Okay.
What? This one tastes like a soft drink.
Strawberry is hard to do, and they did not do it right. 18.
No, I disagree. It almost
Oh.
it tastes like it's more carbonated. 59.
So enthusiastic.
I mean, I don't love any
For
of them,
50
but
for
I'm
59.
surprised by
Guys,
it.
that was too much cheese.
And that concludes the fruity category. Let's move
I
on
immediately
to
look up
the
and I see Borger
candy
review. There's too
and
much cheese.
dessert
Oh, really?
vibes
Too much
Candy
man,
and
too much
dessert.
cheese. That's my review. Next time, you don't need that much cheese.
It's so hot.
I'm just glad that I ate
It
though.
is hot. It's real hot. Okay.
And let's start with Candy Apple Crisp.
Okay.
Yeah,
This is a total
accurate.
readjustment. Total readjustment. Which actually, I think that candy flavors, because they already taste like something unnatural, really work well with the unnatural vibe
What's up,
of an energy
Franzen's
drink.
No, it's
Canner?
punching me in the face and turning me into a
73.
child.
73.
73 for me too.
Okay.
Whoa, I'm never gonna try that flavor. I
Cotton
hate
candy.
fake apple, man.
Oh, you don't like cotton candy.
Oh god, that one's gonna suck balls too. What about dessert? What are you thinking?
Accurate,
You know what I do?
But not something
I eat
I
a
wanna
handful
drink.
Yeah,
of
very accurate. 1950.
chocolate morsels
Swirly
because I don't really have anything sweet in my
Okay,
house.
That's interesting.
Well, anything that that's not true. I have peanut butter cookies.
Sounds like a wrestling move.
I just eat
There's
a handful
BO
of
in it.
chocolate
Oh, now
morsels
got
that
me
you
tasting
put in
BO.
cookie.
B.O.
BO,
10.
20.
You ever had
20.
Amish apple butter? What is that? That sounds so
Whole lot
good.
of chocolate.
No, I don't have any NyQuil ice
But
cream.
it's clear. How y'all get chocolate in there?
Oh, that is so gross.
Oh God! Why, Bang?
Yeah, why do they have them be fed the
It's not
drink
great,
samples
but I think
instead
it's
of
a
drinking it
57.
themselves?
4.
Yeah, that is
Why
weird.
do you think it's a 57?
Because
a
I-
chocolate in a
Oh.
clear energy
It
drink.
tasted
That's
like yuzu
okay.
with a little buzz in it.
Thank you, Boomer.
Ugh.
Power punch.
Power punch.
Ooh, strawberries
Sounds like a
dipped them into
wrestling
some
move.
sour cream, some brown sugar. I swear it's good. It sounds good. I'd try it. I'd try anything once. I don't have strawberries.
That's
It kind of tastes like nothing.
it's like if Bang was just the flavor.
49.
Yeah, 50.
Yeah.
Blue and yellow limoncello.
Oh.
Oh, fuck. Oh,
But
I
it's
want
clear.
that. That sounds so good.
That tastes very much like limoncello LaCroix, which is not one of my favorite flavors.
Oh my god, that is my favorite
30.
flavor.
It has a little Mountain Dew to it.
What?
Yeah,
Like,
you don't like
if
that.
if you forget that
I
Mountain
want
Dew
to order this
exists, but you
online.
want Mountain
Oh my
Dew,
god.
then this is for you. I'll give it a 56 for that.
If you forget that Mountain Dew exists, but
You
you,
heard
want
me.
Mountain Dew.
Yeah.
Birthday cake bash.
Okay.
How?
You're going to be drinking a drink that tastes like birthday cake. You're going to do that?
Oh my god.
I'm just going to say, if you've gotten to a place
I would
where
love
you're
to do
drinking
something like
that
this, but
tastes like
the
birthday cake,
budget to buy a
Yeah.
bunch of
you
food
just
that's just to take a
reevaluate
sip,
your life choices.
review
I don't
it,
think
and
you're
then
headed
like
down the right
probably
path.
inadvertently toss
You're
it.
not headed towards
It is
the
not
firework
worth
of
it.
life.
You're not going to fly like an eagle.
No.
So I would love to
I'm gonna
try
give
every
that a
flavor of
5.
Bang.
And you can forget about winning and just focus on being
Yeah.
18.
Black cherry vanilla.
It tastes a little bit like medicine, which I like.
Oh,
I feel personally attacked
30.
by retin.
61.
what do they say?
Sour heads.
Now, I feel like this might work because the sourness.
Sneed. Sneed yeb. Sneed yeb.
Yeah. I'm going to give that
You
a
could, I
71.
think. No,
I'm
no,
so- I'm
I know I
starting to
could. It's just not
feel
worth it.
Feelings.
I think it might be psychosomatic. 72. Because can caffeine really be metabolized that quickly?
Root beer blaze.
I'm going to love this.
If you like root beer, or if you have amnesia and you've forgotten that root beer exists, I like root beer, so I'm giving this one a 78.
Ugh.
I have to, it sucks. It tastes like a Necco wafer.
It tastes like root beer.
What is
You
a
don't like root
Necco
beer.
wafer?
I get it.
I'm going to give it an 11.
This is a good point to
Are there still
remind
24
everyone
hours
watching
left?
that at the
Does
end
the timer
we will
keep
know
increasing?
what Rhett's
It's
favorite and what
it's a
Link's
subathon.
favorite were.
It's a
We-
subathon.
we're doing
Nini.
that
So
as a service.
subathon,
Keep watching,
donathon,
please.
As a
bitathon,
service to
get
the people.
money. Turns
Crazy
the time up.
key
Nini.
lime pie. with
That's
a
my
K.
other
The
favorite
crazy's
flavor. I
with a
love that
K.
flavor so much.
Wow, that's
Yeah.
cool.
I don't like root beer, guys.
I like key lime
I
pie.
honestly don't know the difference between
I
Dr.
don't
Pepper
like
and root beer
this.
at this day.
I
To
feel
this
like
day, I still
this
don't know
part
the
of my
difference.
head is separating from this part. Like,
Yeah,
it's
yeah,
like
yeah,
my
yeah.
Me too.
eyebrows are
Bro,
like.
when the
I
lady
can
asked me
tell.
how old I was and
I
you
can
all
tell by
laughed,
looking at
I was
you.
just so upset.
It's like,
17.
It's kind of like
Surprising
opening
me.
up.
I once had
I
key
can
lime
tell.
Key lime
pie
pie is
on a
so
stick
good.
in Key West, dipped in chocolate.
59.
I also saw a lot of old ladies' boobies hanging out because it was every year down there they get naked and walk around.
Okay.
Lemon drop.
Lemon drop.
Oh, lemon drop with
Let me see
salad.
your lemon drop.
Haha, you aren't my age. Haha. Dumbest thing. No, we do it all the time. We do it all the time. It's make you feel better about yourself.
52.
I gotta give that a nice 63.
These
I didn't
guys are
think it was
funny.
bad.
Do you know
I
these
already
guys?
scored it, right?
Yeah, you did.
Do you know them?
You didn't like it.
Miami Cola.
Oh, here we go. Here's the brown one.
The only brown one we got.
What the fuck? You can't say that.
Miami
Brett, that's not
Cola.
okay.
Miami Cola.
I like that name. I want to like that.
I've been
'cause
lured
it's
into a
brown.
place where this tastes good to me. I'm on the final stretch of my rocket journey, and I'm gonna give that a 72.
67. I kind of
Yes,
like it.
one is Link. Okay, yeah.
Whole
and then the
lot
other
of
half
pina
is
colada.
what that's. It sounds like Brett.
Is this gonna work?
The other half. I know them.
It tastes
Did I help?
exactly like pina colada.
They drunk? No.
And that's when I always
They're
say
just tasting bang
sunscreen.
flavors.
70. I quite like this one.
24.
Fine. Haha, you also young.
And that
Much better.
concludes the candy and dessert vibes category.
This is like,
We interrupt this episode of Good Mythical Morning while I interrupt this episode.
oh, you think I'm gonna watch an ad? I was just about to say how this particular YouTube channel is like my comfort YouTube channel. Like whenever I think of eating really quickly, throwing a video on, and then getting back to what I was doing, it's almost always GMM, and I've seen almost every episode. And these are my confessions. It's just like it's so easy to watch, and I feel like in a way that I've grown up with them, which I'm sure they hear a lot. So I don't know, it's pretty cool. I don't want to watch an ad though. Should I watch it? Nah.
You have to wait a little bit for this.
Finally, we have the wild card category, a category that includes several flavors with uniquely vague names.
Oh, like we haven't already had that.
Beginning with Radical Skedaddle.
Okay. Probably tastes like a Skittle if I could guess. Like epic mealtime for
Own
my
it,
generation.
bang.
For
This
your
is
generation?
this is your lane right
oh,
here.
yes, like epic mealtime for
Dumb
yes,
named
yes.
sour
Yes. I was trying to like
liquids.
understand what you're trying to say. Yes, like epic
I'm gonna
mealtime.
have to give it a 77.
Oh, you liked it.
That was a 77.
It's like feeding something to
Psych.
a newborn.
Eat.
You know what I'm saying?
What are you saying?
Like it's not a flavor. Like it's not like this is supposed to taste like
Oh,
that.
yeah.
So I feel like it's just a baby is drinking things.
Well, it's wild card. It's wild card.
Every
Wild
episode you
for the
didn't
baby
know
makes the
about
babies
the
wild.
66.
Babies go wild for it.
66.
Rhett and Link,
66,
you wanna
he
qualify
says.
that statement?
Rainbow Unicorn.
I do. I did know about the fake commercial era. I just hadn't seen that one. I've seen their fake commercials, and also it had been a long time since I've seen it. And that's where they started. That's where their careers got started, is they did commercials. It's not even a fake commercial. It's a real. This is how much I know because this is how much of a fan I am. They're real companies that paid them to do commercials for them, and then wait, maybe I'm wrong.
Okay. All right. I think its time has passed.
Can't prove it though.
Ooh, I really do hate that. And then I like it a little
Statement
bit.
retracted man.
It's
And I
actually-
like it a lot, and then I hate it again.
It's actually better than
That means a 50.
a lot of the
You
fruits
think I know
that
a lot
just
of
had.
internet?
Yeah, I know.
Count-
It's
ask me
weird.
anything.
It's weird.
Ask
It's
me
weird.
anything.
It's weird.
Quiz
What
me.
happened?
Purple Haze.
Purple Haze. This is what Jimi Hendrix drank. Not bad at all. For my purple boy
I don't
over
know that
here,
one,
I'm
Si.
going to give this one a nice solid 75.
Wow.
Yeah.
You've really come alive with these
Yeah,
sort of
wild card.
ambiguous things.
Yep.
I didn't think it was that good, but I thought it was a 61.
I like it when they're not trying to imitate anything.
The CEO of
They're
Bang
doing
is
their
bad
own
shit, but we
thing.
all know
They're
this,
banging
right?
away.
Correct. We all know the
Frosé
CEO of Bang is
rosé.
absolutely out of their
Or it could also
gourd.
be Froze Rose.
Is it alcoholic?
Yes.
Tastes like a sweet tart. It tastes like one we've already had.
That one's milder, which I like.
I think I know Google.
I could imagine drinking more
I don't
than
know the
3
rest of this.
sips of this one.
57.
So I think I got to go to 79.
Well, that's the highest you've given
That's
anything.
I know.
crouton.net.
Wow.
I like it.
Star Blast.
Okay,
I
I like the
prefer
name.
Bang
Why?
to Red Bull because Red Bull has that really like
Because
strong
it feels like
fake.
day one of
flavor
naming
to it.
energy drinks.
It's a really unique flavor.
It's in the first
that
three things that
is
people
acquired,
said.
and I
Star
think if you're
Blast.
used to it,
Star
then you're
Blast.
gonna like
Let's
it.
start simple.
But
Okay.
Bang,
I'm
Boy,
a- this isn't bad.
to me is less
I'm at
has
70.
less of a weird.
It's
aftertaste.
interesting that you're liking because this tastes a lot like what we just tasted. Like it feels like
Oh, no.
they're not changing a whole lot, and for me, they're not.
Oh, no.
They're just not doing a whole
What's
lot.
I heard you
don't
like mud
dislike it,
chips?
so I'm in the 60s. This is again a 63.
Maybe I've just been lured into a spot of thinking that I could drink Bang and work for them.
Really, Dan?
Purple Kittles.
Another purple?
Purple Kittles.
Yeah.
Can y'all start calling me that?
I gotta break it
They
to
are
you.
pretty syrupy.
Don't like this purple.
But it's an
this
energy
is
drink,
bad.
so.
This one's not good at
But
all.
not as much.
This is in the
not
teens.
as
I'm sorry, 15.
syrupy
I
as
think
Red Bull.
it's Skittles without the S. It tastes like a Skittle.
Yeah, they're trying to make it
Kittles?
taste like Skittles.
What the
without,
fuck?
with almost telling you. And I don't approve of it. 29.
And that
I will
concludes the
only
wild
ever
card
drink
round. You have now
sugar-free
tasted every flavor
I
of
have
Bang
brainworms that
energy
tells
drink,
me
and your
that
scores will now be
drinking sugar is
tabulated, so we
gonna
can
make
better
you
determine
fat.
the top four.
So I only do
flavors.
sugar
I'm just
free.
going to sit here and tingle.
Cheers.
Can we tell you about our grooming collection? I feel like the bangs are
I love how they
banging.
do this. They make
We got
like
some
what is that called?
all
The
this
first, second,
stuff.
third
You go to
spot?
Amazon.com/mythical.
But massive,
You can get
and the
all
size
this
of
stuff
the-
to make your
if
face
they're
and
big,
your hair and
whatever,
your
yeah.
Original
You have
pomade,
eyes.
clay pomade,
look good.
beard balm,
worms.
a musical comb.
Bingo
This is
card.
what I use on my hair, if you're wondering. Every freaking morning, I sit here and I work this stuff through my hair, and I'm just grateful that we've developed it because it's perfect.
Lotion,
It's great.
candy milk, peanut butter peppermint, lip balm.
Peculiarly perfect. Let me get the lid back on this thing.
And this
These
is
are-
made out of wood.
These are high quality products, and everybody will be happy to be getting these things. So you might want to do it as a gift.
Everybody will be happy to be getting.
And
these
if you
things.
get amnesia, and then you're like, you know what? I want to treat
I
myself.
love the way you put lotion on.
This is the way I do it. I don't like
Like a
putting,
praying mantis trying to mate.
I do not put lotion on the inside of my hands. That's the last place you
Who
want
up
lotion.
can't sleep.
Praying mantis, the
This is the-
female,
Who
this
up
is where you
can't
want
sleep.
after copulation, will often consume the male.
Who up can't sleep right now?
Pretty sexy.
Not from
Should
my
put lotion on like
perspective.
that. You are
Stevie,
unique
what are our
individual.
Oh, I didn't know.
Finalists.
Yeah, I didn't know where the landing was, like what that CTA was, but
You
it
up?
was about the female
No.
praying mantis. So
This
I
is
should have known.
pre-recorded.
That's on me.
Can't sleep.
According
Pog.
to you, the top
Who up
four
can't
flavors
sleep?
in no particular order
Hold on,
are
real quick though, before
It's too late.
Stevie,
It's too late. It's too
what-
late.
Radical Skedaddle, which I think should be Radical Skedatical.
You're working right
Because
now?
that rhymes more. Candy, apple
Why are you watching
crisp,
this?
peach
Watch
mango,
YouTube.
sour heads. And before
Yes, he can
you
go to
through those four,
bed.
your favorite
Well, if
flavor
you're taking a
was
nap right now, I got
root
pills
beer
in my head right now.
blaze.
Sleep so
And
soundly.
Link,
Sleep as
yours
fucking
was
snoozer, man.
Rose.
Yeah, girl.
Hey.
Let's get our rosé.
this is why we do this. This is why we decided that whoever our individual favorite flavors would be highlighted, because every once in a while it might be the case. This is the first time ever, I think, that neither one of our favorites makes it to the top four. All right, let's just start tasting these.
Let's start tasting
9 in
these.
the morning, can't sleep because
Here's some
dentist
of
at
this.
12. Oh my god.
Here's some of that. I'm definitely a little wired.
Yeah, it is
You
really.
know.
It's
You'd be so
starting
sleepy at the
to
dentist.
accumulate for me as well.
Starting to tingle.
Yeah.
I do like
Now,
the fact
listen, we might
that
get
they're
these
all
mixed
clear.
up. We might get these mixed
Security.
up, so you got to be
So let's
careful.
just stay together.
So does that mean you gotta be like alert at all times? Because like, what if I could have died?
that one's better.
Better because it's got some flavor that like kind of hits you a little bit, you know.
Might need to go back to the drawing board on that one.
Not as good as that one to me.
But better than the first one.
And then I think we need another.
what?
Fucking dead.
Here, just sip out of that.
No.
Let's go,
Just catch
ABs. Yeah, I'm sleepy,
Oh,
so
no, hold on, you
that's-
broke it. You broke it.
Oh,
It'll leak.
I'm sleepy, so that's probably
You broke
why.
that one too. It'll leak. There you go. Nice and soft.
I'm
Okay,
assuming
there you go.
Nice and
that's
soft.
why we're able
Nice
to be
and
cozy
soft.
right now. Because my
Sweet and
voice is not
smooth.
going above a certain decibel. I'm staying right here.
Tastes like cotton.
I still have to clean. I
It
still have
does
to do
taste
some
like
work.
cotton.
linen scent.
Tastes
I don't know
like-
what
Stuck
happened to
It
it.
tastes like
I
detergent.
mean, I am
yes.
stuck here for 24
I know,
hours.
this one's gone. I don't know
Throw
what
it
we were
out.
thinking.
To
Sour heads taste like linen air freshener.
To me, there's a very clear winner.
This
There's a
one.
very clear last place.
Where's
Of
the
these
mango
three.
one? Oh, the peach mango. That one is really fucking good. The peach mango is really good. Sleeping is so hard. Oh, good.
Boy, I hate
I'm
to
not
go
gonna
to
lie to you.
Santa
I
Barbara
find
with
it
you.
very easy to do.
Okay.
I
Yep,
love to
yep,
sleep.
Yep. So this,
Get it?
How loud could you shout?
that?
Hypothetically. I
This?
just can't.
ladies and gentlemen, we are pleased to crown the bangingest of bangs.
The ultimate banger!
Whoa!
Candy
Candy apple
that's
crisp.
a bad
Candy
take.
apple crisp.
That's an
It's
L.
so nice to you.
That's
It
an
is.
L.
It's the best bang drink because it's got something that makes you forget for a moment that you're drinking an energy drink.
Thanks for subscribing and clicking that bell.
You know what time it is.
That's odd take.
I'm Sam from Iowa.
And I'm Sarah from Missouri, and we're doing an energy drink taste test. And it's time to spin the wheel of mythicality.
Where Iowa and Missouri meet.
So, don't
Energy
you think
drinks.
it would be so freaking epic? Don't you think it would be so freaking random if okay, so at the end of every episode, they play fan submissions of people saying, and it's time to spin the wheel of mythicality. They always get fan submissions. Like, what if you get into a car accident? And the first thing you do is pull out your phone and start recording yourself. And then you're like, what's up, Brett? What's up, Link? My name is da-da-da-da. And I just got into a hit and run car accident. And it's time to spin the wheel of mythicality. And then you just like keel over. What do you think? Do you think they'll do it? Hit and run. What do you mean? That's what it means to get hit and you run and they run. Not you. You would never do that. That's what that means, right, Lumi? I'm gonna go with yes. Just fake it. I'm not that good of an actress. I should probably just get into a car accident to be safe. Just to be safe and to heighten the chances that they buy it. Should get into a car accident. What the fuck? I used to be able to shout like pterodactyl, but then I just kind of grew up. Whoa. I can spell pterodactyl. Committing a hit and run pog. Hey, you know what? What's easier? Hey, it's Seuss. What's easier? Going to sleep or committing a hit and run? Haha, got him. Ow, my ears. Oh no, my tiredness just hit. Oh, nope, no, it didn't. Drink a bang. Go on with your bad self. Okay, I actually would love to keep playing videos for y'all right now. I'm going to. We're going to. But I do need to do something on my screen real quick that you're not allowed to see, so just look at the cat, okay? What was I gonna do now? Oh fuck, I forgot. Oh yeah, that's right. Doesn't my voice sound so raspy and cool? Do you guys think I'm cool because my voice is all like meowdy, meowdy, meowdy? Sounds like you guys are saying meowdy, like my outie. I get pictures. What's this? What is this clip titled Yeb Furry? Okay. Alright.
Did you get a dono from Stream Elements? Not sure if it didn't work or the alert didn't play.
Oh, sweet Jesus. I think it didn't play because it was anonymous. Wait. No, never mind. I thought, okay, I'm going to be honest with you. I looked down at the things that haven't been approved by mods yet. It is submitted by Anonymous, but I know that it was Boomer because it says interior design, kitchen, rectangle, triangle. But I read interior and automatically assumed that it was you, Sai. I was like, I think that's an interior crocodile alligator. Did I do it? Did I do it? Did I say it right? Thank you. Voice is cool. Oh no, my voice went to a certain octave and I swore that it wouldn't. Interior crocodile alligator. I don't think, actually I don't see anything, Sai. Oh no, I see it right here. I see it? The other one only allowed a minute of time. What other one? Oh! 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 Hey man, do you ever think about how there's always some conflicting interest in this stream, one way or another? Like, there's always a reason why things can't work 100% of the way that they should. I'll just look it up. I'm just gonna play it.
I don't think the sound plays if the dono's under $5.
Is that how it works? Who did that? What was the song called, Sai? Alcoholics don't run in my family, they drive.
M'lady.
I sit. I sit. Isn't it exterior? Wait, is it? Oh no. I thought it was interior. Interior crocodile alligator. I don't know the rest of it. It took me so long to just get those 3 words right. Oh my god, this looks so freaking old. We've got the greatest job on earth. They look so old. They look so old. Oh god, they look so old. I mean, sorry. They look so young.
You wouldn't believe the premium on my life insurance policy.
Okay.
Even a paint chip would take off my arm. Traveling at orbital velocity.
They just don't make it like they used to. Remember when comedy music videos were the norm? Remember that? Let's make a song about. I just remember their rap battle over a girl at a pizza place. Wait, what? Maybe I am a big fan. Oh, this is
sunscreen and hydrocortisone cream and the ashes of Gene Roddenberry. Tom Hanks script from Apollo 13. You wouldn't believe the premium on my life insurance policy. Even a toenail would cut off my head. Traveling at orbital velocity. Collecting space junk, space waste, space stuff. Living the cosmic custodian life. Trashmen, weightless trashmen. Scouring space while trying not to die.
So when we went to Critical's compound, I don't think I told you guys this, but at Critical's compound, he has a wall that is just straight green screen. It's fucking massive. So like, it's, you know, like a huge, huge wall. And the floor, it's just like think of like a basketball court. That's the size of it. Not the whole place, just one part. So it's like floor to ceiling green screen for about, I don't know how many feet, maybe like 5 people long. And I want to say like 5 people wide from the corner to the center of the room. It's big. And I don't know what he uses it for, but I was so jealous. And I really wanted all of our friends, because we were all there together, to go and stand on the green screen or in the green screen corner and take a photo so that people could edit it. But we were drinking, so we didn't. Anyways, I think somebody in chat dropped their IP. What the fuck? Crispy? What? Dude, when we were walking the dogs today, the lady dropped her phone in the middle of the, oh man, how did they describe it again? The outskirts park? What do they call that? The screets? The outer screets. The outer screets park. Why is he up building things with people? Wait, what are you talking about? Wait, what do you mean, me? Lined up head or total short? Listen, man, I'm not going to describe it again. That looks so much better. I love that.
3,690 tipped $6. We actually need to do something about space junk. Kessler syndrome is scary.
Huh? You what now? Drinking often does that kind of thing. That's right. And so it goes. That's so funny. They really have done everything. They've been everywhere, man. They've been everywhere. What? Chad, are you sleepy? Wake up. Chad, I can't go to bed yet, so you have to stay. What's all this then? What's all this? Well, hold on. I want to give this a chance because this was requested, but this was not the video that was asked to be played. Is this a song? Oh, it is a song. Oh, it's a sleepy song. I do want to see it. I did want to see it. Ooh. Ooh. Alright, it's dreamy as fuck. There, I said it. It's dreamy as fuck. God damn it. I love Shark. I don't get it though. Okay, I'm gonna keep playing this song now while I type. A sound because there was in the video. Oh, the licky thing? No, I don't remember I don't know if chat wants me to play this energy drink song. Chat, do you want that or do you want to keep on being sleepy? Do you want to keep being sleepy?
Yeah, the licky one, I like it.
Oh, Jesus Christ. My God, David, my ear, David. 1, 2, what? 1, 2, buckle my shoe. What? Whoa, that's a long one.
M'lady.
M'lady? I enjoy the Yep Show. Oh, okay, cool. Where did it go? It's just gone. Why is it not there? What happened? Your mama. I'm so scared. Who are you? Who are you people? Get out of my house. What are you doing in my house? Who said you can come in? Get out of my house. All right, I'm just going to play it anyway. Here you go, chat. Wake up. Good night, Dan.
And so I cry sometimes when I'm lying in bed, just to get it all out what's in my head. And I feel a little peculiar. And so I wake in the morning and I step outside and I take a deep breath and I get real.
I think from my memory this was very Hyper Streamer words.
My lungs, what's going on? And I said, yeah.
Oh, chat.
Yeah. I say, hey, what's going on? And I said, hey, yeah. Hey, yeah. I said, hey, what's going on? And it's rise. Oh my God, I try.
What's going on? And I screamed, what's going on?
There's the juices. And he prays. Oh my God, do I pray? I pray every single day. Yeah. Forever.
She really killed this.
And I said, hey, yeah. Hey, yeah. I said, hey, what's going on? That's here. And I said, don't cry out loud. Just keep it inside. Learn how to hide your feelings. Hey, yeah. I said, hey, what's going on?
Not me waving a blowtorch around in my office.
Why? Don't do that. That's not safe. All right, well. What is this? What are you on about, chat? What are these? What are these? What are these? Oh, here, this one was... No, let me not play the Shrek one from last night. What is this? Oh, that's what that is. Oh, what if I just don't? What if I oopsies? What if I... Ooh, huh? Remember, that's unsafe. What is this? This is a song?
You dirty bitch! Look what you've done to my peonies!
You can take your lovely peonies and besides, you silly queen, they're not even peonies!
Do I play this? Do I play this? Yes. Okay.
They're marigolds!
God, I think she's right. They are marigolds. I may not know my flowers, but I know a bitch when I see one. Oh.
I would love to watch this movie. I would love to. It's working! It's working! Oh, you know what the thing I had to do was? I had to fucking clean, dog. What's this song? Are you asking the name? Or what? I'm getting so sleepy right now. Oh shit. Okay, we do have something to wake up for tomorrow. Ooh, I forgot about that. Ooh, what's that gonna be like? Oh fuck, you scared me, Boomer! God damn it. You bet your sweet bippy I did. so dicen. Will there be any more words? You know what? I don't rightly know. It's about to end though. Sorry guys, I'm doing stuff right now. Oh, that's what I was doing. Okay. If you distract me, it's gonna take longer. She's my baby. He's my honey. I will say that part is pretty catchy. Oh my god!
Cyril tipped $6.90. Let's see if this one works.
Do you ever think about how your name sounds like cereal? Do you ever think about that? Civil. 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 Poor Hale Beelzebub is probably waiting for this, so I'll just let it play. Yours is up next, guys. This has been in the queue for a minute. It's gonna be stuck in your head.
Walking to a farm to grow wheat.
God.
I'm walking to a farm to grow wheat. The sky is blue. The sun is yellow. I'm walking to a farm to grow wheat. The duck is white.
Okay.
The pond is gray.
Okay.
I'm walking to a farm to grow wheat.
Oh god, that's a bad sound.
My plow is made of wood. The black earth is soft. I'm walking to a farm to grow wheat. The sheriff's peak, the handle ash. My plow is made of wood.
Do I have to play the whole
The black earth is soft. The duck is white. The pond is gray. The sky is blue. The sun is yellow.
It is kind of beautiful though. It's kind of beautiful. What do you think about it?
The sun is yellow.
To grow wheat. Where's the option to put a line through text? I'm walking to your mom's. See? It's too easy. Do I have to manually do this every time? Oh, Bwit! Oh, Bwit! Oh, Bwit! Well, hi. Brit! Oh, hell yeah, chat. Enjoy this. It's Bwit. It's Bwit balls, bitch. Oh, God.
Every time on my mind, don't make a move. Right back to you. Stand in silence by the moon.
I've never heard this.
Know you'll be gone the afternoon.
It's giving me goosebumps.
Every time on my mind, don't make a move.
I'm gonna clean in a minute.
Back to you. Stand in silence by the moon. Know you'll be gone the afternoon.
a short writing on Goose? Is that what you mean? What to do, what to do, what to do, what to do. Damn. I guess that's really the only option. That's really the only option tomorrow, chat. Damn. Alright. I think it's the only option that was so good. You guys should go follow Brick Balls. I love her voice. Oh, it's still going? Oh, it's halfway through. Oops. But you guys should follow Brit anyway. I love Brit so much. Huh? Oh, sorry, that was so loud. How would you pronounce that? Doobie? Doobie? Oh, then there's that, huh? Then there's that, eh? No, do I want to do that? I guess I'll let chat decide. So here's my current dilemma right now, guys. And I mentioned this earlier. I'm gonna let you guys know. You guys probably don't care because I'm assuming if you're here now, you watch the stream typically very late at night, and that sucks because we do a lot of fun stuff during the day, and at night I kind of just get really EP because I've been doing stuff all day. So, but I'm gonna let you know anyway that tomorrow we had planned to do the murder-a-thon. But just do like things that are murder themed.
Gamer chair tier list sometime. I'm in the market for a new one, and chat probably has all of them.
Ooh, that's a fair point. That's a good idea. I like that. I'm just new, but that's totally fine. But like, I'm talking about when you watch, cause well, whatever. I mean, we typically stream, and again, if you don't know this, we're located. The corporation, the business, as it were, Young Elderberry. What do we call it? Enterprises, San Diego, California, and which it is currently 1 in the morning, PST time. So, was I going with that? Oh, we don't normally stream at this time. So in case you didn't know that. But so the thing is, we had planned to do a murder-a-thon tomorrow, and I don't know if we're gonna be able to. And I want to. It's okay if we can't. But we're just waiting on a couple things. So yeah, that. And if we don't do it, the dilemma is we can do, I don't know what she's talking about. Well, then this isn't for you. But she's beautiful. Thank you. That's very sweet. Man, women just look so much better when they make sense, but I don't know what she's saying, but she's beautiful. Anyway, so the thing is that I might end up having y'all do tomorrow is help me decide what we do. You know what I mean? Good night, sun. Good night, moon. Good night, chat. Good night, mods. Good night, Yeb. Good night, Yeb's animals. What about Louie? He's not mine. Yes, sir. Why? What? Do you need the mods? What's up? What's up, Kiba? What's up? Good night. Where's the pasta? I don't have any. Do you need some? What's the dilemma? Oh, so just that. We have a couple things that we could do tomorrow instead of doing the murder-a-thon. But it's figuring out what to do. Because they're all, I can move everything else that we have planned for the rest of the week too. Like there's the box-a-thon. We can do that tomorrow instead of the murder-a-thon. We can do the build-a-thon or the Gene-a-thon. And you might be saying, well, I still don't know what those words mean. But maybe you do, so maybe I don't have to explain what those words mean. You stream for so long, rest. Do you mean like today or in general? Because the whole point of this, it's like a marathon. And also, this is completely self-inflicted. If I didn't want this to happen, this wouldn't be happening at all. I'd be like, guys, I'm pooped. I'm too pooped to party. I'm a pooped out little guy. In general? Oh, okay, fair. Boxathon is my vote. Okay. Yeah, we could totally do that. That would be fun. We do have another Airbnb experience at 1. It is kind of like murder themed. So I don't know how to theme that around a box per se.
I, Alex, say Lumia is basically yours. I mean, possession is 9/10 of the law.
Possession is 9/10 of the law. But what is the... I don't like fractions. I've never liked fractions. They've always confounded me. I guess I missed the wrong 5-minute stream because I didn't get what a boxathon is. That's okay. I will quite simply explain it as a day that I will be doing a one-on-one boxing class on stream so you guys can watch. And I'm supposed to be learning how to box. So it's important. And it's pretty hype for everybody else. And you guys get to laugh at me because I'm sure I'm going to be really awful the first day. And I'm going to be very nervous. But not only that, we'd probably try to find box-related things to do, like make a box fort, box stuff. That's the thing that I wanted to go to the P.O. Box. Oh, man, I would love to go to the P.O. Box tomorrow. I would love to, but it would be it wouldn't be embarrassing because it was never in the official plans. But, maybe we'll do that. Yeah, if we do the boxathon, we'll go to the P.O. Box. I'll get some boxes. We'll unbox some things. We'll do the IRL boxing class. And then with the boxes that are sent, if there are enough sent, we will make a box fort. Big brain. Watch boxy vids, sit in a box, make a suit of box armor. All of the above. P.O. Boxathon. The whole day is just about my P.O. Box. You sound pooped? Oh, I am. I'm not shy about it. Box art would be sick. I have no idea how to do that. That's like cosplay level. What about a box fort? I said that. I was poached by Cyril? What do you mean? To offer info about gamer chairs? Inkathon, when you have your tattoo. That's supposed to be Wednesday. Although she never hit me back up with the time, but she did offer to come on Wednesday. I feel very blessed, though, that we've been so busy because these days have been going by like this. I like being busy. I prefer to be busy. Being busy is pog. Eat a bento box. Yo! You're spitting straight facts right now. We can make a bento box. Let's fucking go. What is this?
Then I ate my horse's meat straight from my horse's bones.
What?
'Cause this dog must roam alone.
Are they Australian?
catch you later. I'll catch you later.
Sorry, I just. Oh God, I was there. I was there with them.
Islam, Judaism.
Nice. Let's see. For some reason, autoplay isn't on.
If penis music didn't go off during the song, then it's confirmed that it doesn't play for under $5.
That's how that works? Confirmed? Now that we have the context, we need to watch Warface Big Enough? No. Good night, Wow Cool. Good night, guys. Yeah, we're probably going to be heading to bed soon. How to autoplay? It says it's showing, but it's not. Everybody's sleepy peepee here.
Space travel has been an aspirational feat for generations, but in our attempt to get out of the planet, science tells us that we are on our
Actually, you guys want... Oh, it's too late. This is already
way to
playing.
locking ourselves.
Pause for music.
Chat,
chat.
it's just
Oh.
$5 if you can support the content you enjoy. I mean, maybe you should be working instead of watching Twitch.
So true. Damn, preach.
Unstoppable cascade of crashes that will in turn generate more fragments of debris.
It wasn't me. It wasn't me. It wasn't me, chat. It wasn't me. It's autoplay. Well, autoplay says it's on, but then it wasn't. So what the fuck? Play.
Nope. Space travel has been an aspirational feat for generations, but in our attempt to get out of the planet, science tells us that
Lumi was born EP. Yes, he was.
In 1978, a NASA scientist named Donald Kessler
Very quiet.
put forward a theory that foretold a likely scenario in which space junk continually collides in orbit, creating an unstoppable cascade of crashes that will in turn generate more fragments of debris, resulting in a dangerous, never-ending cycle. Scientists have repeatedly confirmed Kessler's theory and warned that it is truthfully closer than we'd expected.
Nope.
As early as November of 2021, astronauts in the International Space Station passed a cloud of debris in routine procedure, forcing them to take shelter and pray for their survival.
God, that scares me every time. What's up, Riddle Boy? Oh, Riddle Boy.
Presages.
Oh, Riddle Boy.
Back in 1978, NASA scientist Donald Kessler studied the increasing number of satellites and spacecraft orbiting the Earth. More importantly, he began to wonder what would happen if collisions between them happened more often. Kessler then wrote a paper in the Journal of Geophysical Research on June 1st, 1978, along with his colleague Burton G. Corpellet. Their theory pointed out that as satellites in orbit increased in numbers, the probability of crashes would also rise, and prophesied that our planet would eventually be cramped with orbital debris. The theory is now known as the Kessler syndrome, and it depicts a gruesome future in which a cascade of collisions could trigger an unstoppable domino effect, potentially burying our dreams of space travel and becoming a dangerous scenario for satellites with distinctive functions. Given the density of objects present in low Earth orbit, it is likely that we are closer to this dystopian scenario than we care to admit. In 1957, the Soviet Union launched the first satellite in history, the Sputnik 1. 3 decades later, there were 464 active satellites in orbit. But as late as 2020, that amount rose to 3,368. Notably, the number of inactive satellites is roughly the same. As of today, several private space companies have their own agendas. For example, SpaceX alone has projected to launch about 65,000 Starlinks in the next few years. And other companies, such as OneWeb, plan to have their own too, not to mention entire countries like China. In-orbit collisions are not recurrent, but when they happen, they generate significant debris and residues, increasing the possibilities for more accidents. In 2006, an active and an inactive satellite crashed at 26,000 miles per hour, releasing over 2,000 fragments in a random splash. Those pieces are now closely monitored by the Department of Defense's Global Space Surveillance Network, or SSN. SSN tracks objects in low Earth orbit as small as 2 inches, and in the case of the geosynchronous orbit, Objects tracked are about 1 yard in size. Fragments as small as 4 inches
If
on
anyone
collision
in
course
here
with the spacecraft
is with
demand
us
avoidance
tomorrow, if anyone in here is with us tomorrow, what's up? If anyone in here is with us tomorrow, can you remind me to call my mom? I'm sorry. I really shouldn't depend on you for this, and I could just as easily set an alarm, but you're right here, so I'm gonna ask. Call her when? Just in general. It's a personal matter. Obviously. Just call her now. Oh, at 4 in the morning. So what I'm going to do right now is I'm going to set up Sleepy Cam, but it's not really Sleepy Cam. I'm going to go clean cam. I'm just going to be cleaning. And I will still have my headphones on, so I'll still be able to hear everything. But yeah, that's just what I'm going to be doing. Well, actually, should I set it up for like bed so when I'm finished cleaning, I just go to bed? I should probably do that, right? Yeah, you should call your mom tomorrow. You know, she really would love to hear from you. Yeah, I probably should. I'm also probably going to... Ooh, is that charged? Ooh, is it... Ooh, wait. How important is that? Like, it's not actually. It's not too important. It's not dreadfully important. I don't need it. Yeah. We don't need it. Yeah. Good point, chat. You know, you are so smart. You are, like, really smart. I'm going to a farm. See, it's stuck in my head. To grow wheat. Hi, Woomy. What if you stay up long enough? That should be awake in the East Coast. I don't want to do that. I don't want to stay. I want to go to bed. I'm tired, dude. Huh? He said something. He said, Did you hear what he said? Chat. Do not repeat what he just said. Pause. I'm fixing. I'm adjusting. Bobbing. Weaving. Testing.
Maneuvers. Unfortunately, current monitors don't always identify these threats on time, and emergency procedures are put into motion. By 2019, the European Space Agency calculated that there were 5,400 objects larger than 1 yard in orbit, and 34,000 fragments greater than 4 inches, including 2,000 active satellites. In addition, they calculated 900,000 pieces larger than 0.6 inches and 130 million above 0.4 inches.
He said
the pieces include both functioning and non-functioning satellites, as well as rocket bodies and leftovers from past missions. Consequences.
You look beat. You look beat.
Deorbiting obsolete satellites would undoubtedly free up space. However, the process comes with its own set of risks. Satellites burn up when in the atmosphere, releasing pollutants that include metals. Every day, space rocks composed of different types of metals impact our atmosphere, including elements like iron, nickel, and aluminum. Still, it is expected that sometime soon, deorbited decrepit satellites will release up to 14 tons of aluminum on a daily basis. And the effects of this catastrophe are beyond imaginable. According to Dr. Ethan Siegel of the Big Think, artificial satellites will contribute about 30 times the naturally occurring amount of aluminum. Moreover, the effects of the disproportionate phenomenon will include seeding of clouds, tweaks in the reflective and heat-trapping properties of the planet, destruction of ozone molecules in the stratosphere, and of course, the disruption of circulation at several altitudes in the atmosphere. In addition, a crowd of numerous pieces of space junk will also affect the night sky view. Several scientists and experts have continually raised their voices to draw attention to the matter. One of them is Samantha Lawler from the University of Regina, Canada, who predicted that within a few years, 1 in every 16 stars we can make out at night could be a satellite. Another voice is Carolyn Porco, leader of the Cassini Imaging Science Team, who expressed her thoughts via social media. Quote, "The night sky belongs to all of us. It's important for its significance to our sense of place and meaning, and it needs to be preserved." Still, the projectiles in orbit have a potential to cause real damage beyond visual pollution, and unfortunately, some consequences can already be attested to. In mid-November of 2021, the International Space Station passed too close to a significant amount of debris, with 7 astronauts having to take shelter and pray for their lives. global crisis. Experts monitoring the situation said the International Space Station made close passes every 90 minutes, and Mission Control informed the crew that they would receive a detailed report of all the space junk that they would encounter from then on. The crew members would then be required to close hatches to modules around the space station during key moments. Although the US government avoided open accusations about the origin of the hazardous debris field, it confirmed that Russia had conducted an anti-satellite test shortly before. The debris cloud, said to have been the result of the Russian test, currently poses a threat to the space station and other spacecraft. During a news conference, the US State Department spokesperson explained, quote, "Today, the Russian Federation recklessly conducted a destructive satellite test of a direct descent anti-satellite missile against one of its own satellites. This test will significantly increase the risk to astronauts and cosmonauts on the International Space Station, as well as to other human spaceflight activities." The speaker also made it clear that over 1,500 pieces were large enough to be monitored, but there were also hundreds of thousands of smaller particles. Usually, station officials move the space station to dodge debris, and there's even a safety perimeter closely monitored around the station that extends to 15 miles around and half a mile above and below it. However, in case of an emergency, standard procedures require astronauts to board their vehicles in preparation to evacuate. William Harwood, a space journalist from CBS News, informed in a tweet, quote, "Details are sketchy, but the 7-member crew of the ISS took refuge in their Soyuz MS-19 and Crew Dragon Endurance spacecraft earlier today, as a precaution due to a predicted close pass to or through a debris cloud resulting from a satellite breakup. The crew members eventually returned to the station, although some modules remained closed. Meanwhile, the US Space Command gathered enough information to help countries maneuver their satellites out of danger. Notably, a previous event foretold the dangerous incident. 5 days earlier, the International Space Station was forced to maneuver and avoid a collision. It was Russia's space agency that saved the spacecraft by changing its orbit and dodging the remains of a weather satellite destroyed by China during a missile test over a decade ago. The US State Department then declared, quote, "Russia's dangerous and irresponsible behavior jeopardizes the long-term sustainability of outer space and clearly demonstrates that Russia's claims of opposing the weaponization of space are disingenuous and hypothetical. The United States will work with our allies and partners to respond to Russia's irresponsible act." What is clear is that the lower orbit is overcrowded with satellites, and the situation won't stop anytime soon, increasing the plausibility of an apocalyptic event, just like Kessler predicted. Thank you for watching our video. Please let us know your thoughts in the comments below. And don't forget to hit the like button and subscribe to all our Dark Documentaries channels for more intriguing content.
Kitchen work triangle. Let's say you are planning to renovate your kitchen. Perhaps you are changing the position of kitchen platform or increasing length of the platform. Before you make any change, you need to understand kitchen work triangle.
Wait!
Every
I
kitchen-
want to hear this one. Fuck! Damn it, it's too late. Okay. I suppose it's a sign. So, now is about that time where you guys get something really fun. It's known as Sleep Cam. It's time for Telly Bye Bye. I'm gonna I have you guys up on my phone, so I will hear you if you need anything. Everything should be working. TTS. What's the other stuff? Everything should be working. Okay. If you request a video and it doesn't get added to the queue, just give
So
it
there is
time.
a comment with the video.
There's a comment with the video. The kitchen triangle, your kitchen would be much better if there was at least a bar sink on the island. Is that the comment you wanted me to read? You want me to add a bar sink? I don't own this house. I rent. I'm not doing that. But I'm not going to bed immediately. I'm going to be cleaning. So we will slowly be making our way to bed. I know. Okay, I know you know that. I know that. So what are we talking about? But yeah, so a lot of the stuff that's going to play is pretty silly. So we've been warned. Remodeled kitchen or unsub. Well, it's been nice knowing you. It's been real nice. But I will be seeing you guys tomorrow. This should be good night unless something happens and I need to come back. Okay, so this is good night. Say it back. Say it. I am a surgeon. Oh man, we didn't get any TikTok time today, man. Good night, lady. It back. Okay. Good night, Kiva. Good night. Good night, guys. Good night, Boomer. Good night, Maku. Good night, Spaghetti. Good night, Sneakers. Dark Kadeem. Doogie. Mr. Metal. Paz Gigi. Tell me a story. And Plum Dog. Good night, guys. Queech? That's a fun name. Good night, Potato. Good night, Kai Kai. Good night, Too Many Craps. And hail, Beelzebub. Wheat threshing wheat? I'm gonna kill you. Good night, Cold Juice. And if you guys need me, you know where to find me. Just say something in chat or use TTS. Actually, it would be easier if you need something, just holler at TTS, okay? And I'm going to be cleaning, so I'll be awake. Okay, guys, good night. Good night, you stinky, big, smelly. Well, hi. Don't you well hi me. All right.
Good night.
Why does David sound like that?
M'lady.
Oh, that wasn't David, was it? Oh, not my business. Okay, good night.
Kitchen work triangle. Let's say you are planning to renovate your kitchen. Perhaps you are changing the position of kitchen platform or increasing length of the platform. Before you make any change, you need to understand kitchen work triangle. Every kitchen has an imaginary triangle that connects three main areas: sink area, cooking range, and food storage. Whenever you prepare food, what happens is you move between these three places. For cleanup, you go to your kitchen sink. Say you want to wash some vegetables or fruits. For storage, you will open refrigerator. You see, we keep lot of things inside fridge. For cooking, obviously, you go to cooking range. You cook food, boil water, etc. These 3 points and all those activities around it form kitchen work triangle. So when you prepare a meal, you do lot of walking between these 3 points. If you place these too far away from each other, you waste lot of energy in walking around. If corners are too close to each other, you will not have much space to work. Here are 3 tips for efficient kitchen work triangle. Ideally, each leg of kitchen triangle should be at least 4 feet, but not more than 9 feet. Do not place cabinets or some other object between this triangle. Kitchen should be designed in such a way that household traffic should not flow through this triangle.
m'lady.
Yeah!
Nope. Nope.
Yeah! Yeah!
Where's the kaboom? There was supposed to be an earth-shattering kaboom.
Come together and have Tommy run the first play of the game. And he got the handoff, and there he goes. A little cutback move, and it looks like he's going to go all the way. Look at him go. Wow. This is really one of those heartwarming moments in sports where you just... Oh! Oh, my God! That is not good.
Yeah!
It's harvest time at the San Giorgio Spaghetti Farm, where San Giorgio grows the world's tastiest spaghetti. The perfect tender pasta is picked at the peak of flavor and separated in the sun to dry. Because San Giorgio believes spaghetti should never stick together. Ah, there's nothing like San Giorgio's fresh farm flavor. Of course, you know spaghetti doesn't really grow on trees. But if it did, nobody grows spaghetti like San Giorgio.
What do you seek? I come seeking his guidance.
What is it that you hope to find here?
I come seeking guidance.
All right.
Okay. Unfortunately, I have very little to offer you. But what I can offer is my experiences. And they are aplenty. But sadly, they've only offered me sadness. I was told that you knew what... I was told that you would be a... I was told that you... Please let me finish. Please, I have some context that I think might help you. Joe, what? Joe what? Jaboo-boo. But that doesn't help me. Jaboo-boo. Yes, I heard you. Jaboo-boo. 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 You see how it sounds when you say it? Stop that. Stop whatever that is, please.
An average kid that no one understands. Mom and Dad and Mickey always giving him commands. The doom and gloom up in his room is broken instantly. Eyes magic little fish who grab his every wish. Cause in reality they are his odd parents, fairly odd parents.
Wands and wings, floaty crowny things.
Odd parents, fairly odd parents. Really mod, neat, mod, love, mod, hot rod.
Juice, rubber, goose, green rose, guava juice, giant steak, birthday cake, large rice, chocolate shake.
Odd parents, fairly odd parents. It lets you live when you were a kid with fairly odd parents.
Yeah, right. Here I come. Tag, you're it.
Oh yeah? Tag, you're it. I'm it. Yay, I win.
Actually, no. The guy who's it doesn't win.
Oh, well, it's still nice to be wanted. What fish game do you want to play now? How about fish hide and seek?
There's no place to hide in the bowl.
We could play inside the castle. There's plenty of room. Nothing. No place to hide. Nothing cool in there.
Hey, what's going on here? Can't I go inside your house?
No.
Come on, I let you come into my house all the time.
Like when? Name one time. Oh, good point.
So, can I go into the castle?
Well, okay.
So, this is your castle, huh?
Yeah, sure, as far as you know. Okay.
Let's see. He took me to Peely Puttsticks, Windsor Castle, Frankenstein's Castle, Hearst Castle, and Prince Charming's Castle.
He sure was charming.
Can I go to your castle now?
No.
Okay, if you guys won't invite me into your house, I'll just wish myself in.
You can't. It's, against the rules.
What? Let me see the rule book.
I would, but I don't have it with me.
Where is it?
Inside the castle. Oh well, bedtime. Gotta go. Night-night. Love you. Kiss, kiss.
This is so unfair! Why won't Cosmo and Wanda let me inside their castle?
You can't wish yourself inside.
Wow! I never realized what a great Wanda impression I do. So, how can I get inside that castle? Let's see, mini-sub? No. Universal castle map? No. Skeleton key? Hey, my old shrink suit! Perfect! Here goes nothing!
Voice recognition password required.
Cosmo, you idiot!
Password accepted.
I always knew my shrill, girly 10-year-old voice would come in handy. Oh my gosh, this place is huge. Look at all those doors. I bet they didn't want me in here because it's totally dull and boring. Eeny, meeny, that one. A giant TV room. An arcade. Timmy's favorite food room, complete with micro-wish oven? Cool! I wish I had a plate of chocolate chip cookies!
Real
Cosmo
high.
and Wanda didn't want me in here! This place is awesome!
Oh, Wandissimo, you're doing the dance of 1,000 chocolates? Must win race, Philip, Nickel. There's chocolate in the road. Look out, Philip!
God Kid Hall of Fame? I gotta see this. I'll bet it's all about me. Artie Aronson, Denzel Crocker, Billy Gates, Coogie Sorokaya. Not me, another not me. Tina Turner? I am not in here, but I'm great. I'm kind, I'm caring. They are so dead. What did those kids do that I didn't do to get into the God Kid Hall of Fame? Why don't I just ask those kids?
Access code, please.
Cosmo, you idiot! You dunce! I should have married the monkey?
Password accepted.
Now, if I can just find that Hall of Fame again.
Wanda, did you hear that? I'm asleep. Philip thinks she heard a noise downstairs. Someone should go down there and look. Good luck. But Philip thinks it could be some sort of burglar. Cosmo, we live in a magical castle underwater in a fishbowl in a 10-year-old's room. But the ghost ball found us, and Philip thinks it could be some sort of magical nickel thief. In that case, I wish you a lot of luck. Wandissimo, tell me more about Nougat. Fine, but if it's the pizza guy, I'm keeping it all for myself. Be brave, Philip. Be brave for the two of us.
Let's see. Maybe it was through here. Here it is. I guess any one of them will do. I wish these three God Kids remembered Cosmo and Wanda and were out of their frames and here with me. I am Pierre. I'm Sammy. And I'm Marianne. Hi, guys. My name's Timmy. I'm Cosmo and Wanda's current godchild. I was sort of wondering if you could tell me what you did to get put in the hall here?
I wish that all French people would be rude to Americans, you stupid pig boy!
Whoa, how'd that get you in the Hall of Fame?
Sacre bleu! You ignorant toad, You are in the Hall of Infamy, which is the opposite of fame. We are not the best god kids. We are the worst.
Really? Sure. I'm here because, well, you ever notice how tornadoes always hit mobile homes? I wish that. I hate them metal houses.
Shh, someone's coming.
Hello? Philip and I want to know if any magical nickel thieves are hiding in here. If so, please speak up.
Know what I'm in here for? Sneaking into the castle and stealing a magic wand.
Yikes.
I don't want to see you end up like me. Here, give me the wand, and then if we get caught, you won't get in as much trouble.
Gee, thanks.
Frenchie's right. You are a stupid pig boy. Now all I need is Wanda's wand, and I can get revenge on those two for deserting me. You know what might work better, ma chérie? What? Voila! Which is French for, ha-ha! Silly girl, I fooled you! Little girl, you are as slow-witted as Monsieur Big Tooth. I will be the one who takes a horrible, painful revenge on Cosmo and Wanda! Ho 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 ho! Which is French for, ha-ha!
Not if I have anything to say about it! Whoa, cool! I guess since I wished them out of the magical paintings, I can put them back in!
Wearing the same Hey, Philip! What's he doing here?
Cosmo, we don't have much time. I did a bad thing and...
I'll say, those grapes don't go with your eyes. Hey, Marianne! Long time no see. Nice wand. I have one just like it.
That is your wand. And if she gets a hold of Wanda's wand too, we won't be able to stop her.
Okay, but before we go, since we're dressed like this...
We gotta do something before she gets to the lobby.
Huh? What's that, Philip? She went what way? Lead us, girl!
We beat her here. Quick, get the wand. Cosmo, look at
Timmy!
Nothing can stop me now.
You've been very bad, Marianne.
You two deserted me.
Oh, sweetie, we didn't desert you. You abused our magic, took out Archduke Ferdinand, and plunged the world into World War I.
Yeah? Well, now I'm gonna take you out. What do you say about that?
I say, Cosmo, you dunderhead.
Password accepted.
I'm sorry for sneaking into your house, guys. I was just so curious.
Well, you know what they say. Curiosity kills the cat.
And Archduke Ferdinand, not to mention our dog and 3 of our pet turtles. But not you, Philip. You're safe.
So I guess this means I end up in the Hall of Infamy too?
Oh, heavens no. In fact, that's why we didn't want you in here yet. We didn't want you to see the castle until it was finished.
Until what was finished?
Ta-da! The Hall of Timmy!
Shut the door!
I forgot to tell you, she's staying with us. The Hall of Timmy! Gaze upon its splendor, Philip!
Wow! The Hall of Timmy!
Each picture is another good time we had with you.
There sure are a lot of them.
1,300,072. Philip's good with math.
I promise I'll never bother you inside your castle again.
Oh, Philip! Roll! Roll for your life!
What are you having for lunch, Timmy?
I didn't look yet, but I wish it was a triple-decker peanut butter and jelly sandwich.
Ah!
What do you know? The screaming lunchbox never disappoints. That's one sweet whip, yo.
Hey, Chester, the cool is not for you.
Last time I saw a limo that big, it belonged to that rich kid Remy Bucks aplenty.
Yeah, what's the dilly on him? All disappearing and stizzuff?
Stop that.
Well, I don't know what happened to him.
Remy Bucks aplenty. Because you have lost the magical duel to Timmy Turner, you lose your fairy godparent.
But I know it wasn't my fault.
Hello, Chester. AJ? Timmy? Yo, Rem Dog, what's a 411?
Knock it off, Uncoolio.
There's no way he can remember that I have fairy godparents, right?
Not unless he saw your flashback.
Guess where I've been? On an uncharted desert island.
You don't say.
Yes, just me and my parents. And now that I'm back, there's something I want to say to you in front of a lot of witnesses so everyone can hear.
He's on to us. Run!
You, want to say something to me?
Yes. Timmy Turner? Ow! I must apologize for my ghastly behavior toward you previously. Phew! You were wiggity whack, G!
I asked nicely.
I want to make it up to you. So I, Remy Bucks aplenty, have decided to be your new best friend. So, what do you want to do first?
Time for class!
Walking is for poor kids without rich best friends.
You rich?
Nope.
Let's walk.
You ride with me.
Well, it looks like we have some alone time. You want to talk about me and my needs?
Timmy! Come back!
We need more special alone time and snuggling. There needs to be more snuggling.
Timmy, where have you been? We were worried sick, and Wanda keeps trying to talk to me about her and her needs, and I don't care about any of those.
What have you and Remy been doing all this time?
After school, we hit the arcade, and then we flew to Hollywood to see a movie. After that, we drove go-karts at the Daytona Speedway, and then we had pizza flown in from Italy.
Well, you know, we could do all those things for you.
Not in public. That's why Remy's so cool. He has the magic of money.
Let me guess. You need snuggling and a new bowl.
Well, students, time for a joke. Have you heard the one about Timmy Turner thinking 2 + 2 = 5? Knock, knock.
Who's there?
Not so fast, Denzel.
The brilliant physicist Stephen Hawking? My old college roomie? Come to lord another Nobel Prize over me, I suppose.
Actually, Denzel, I am here to prove that there are certain scenarios under which the use of pre-transitive imaginary binomials might lead to the result described by Timmy Turner. 2 + 2 = 5.
Wow, you hired a genius to prove me right? Thanks.
No problem. Friendship has its privileges.
Dude, drat, Stephen, you're right.
Of course, moron.
That's wiggity whack.
You gotta admit, having a friend who can wave his money around like a magic wand is pretty cool.
Where's Timmy?
Nothing builds my appetite more than seeing Crocker humiliated. What you hungry for, Remy?
I'm glad you asked. I'd fancy a T-bone steak and an ice cream sundae.
Hey, that sounds good.
Oh, huzzah! Because that's exactly what my personal chef, Henri, is making for us.
I guess I won't be needing this.
Hey, Timmy, did you hear the news?
No.
Your mom and dad are going out tonight and leaving you with a babysitter.
So, I guess you'll really need us to help you with Vicky, huh?
No, not really. Remy took care of her.
I'm
Jet You Betcha at Cape Dimsdale, where science will finally learn the effect of hammers to the head and zero gravity on evil babysitters, thanks to a considerable donation from an anonymous 11-year-old.
Wilton, who is babysitting you tonight? Hello, Timmy. I'm your new sitter, Susie Califragilistic. Let's go bake some cookies while I do your homework for you.
Hey, why so glum, honey pie? Timmy's life has been going great since Remy became his best friend.
Oh, that's what I'm worried about. What if Timmy's life becomes totally perfect? He won't need us.
Never happened. Hey, let's not talk about your needs.
Timmy, this is the greatest night of my life, and I get to... Could you lean to your left? Spend it with you. That's it. My life is perfect. Got a new best friend. Got the girl of my dreams to go out with me. Can my life get any better? Ow!
Oh, sorry, Timmy.
I'm not. In some cultures, a suitcase to the face is how you say goodbye.
Really?
Yes, goodbye. Well, Timmy, your life has gotten so perfect that you don't need us anymore, so we're being reassigned.
Could you guys hurry it up? The meter's running. You know Godchild is waiting.
Goodbye!
Yes! My diabolical plan worked!
Remy?
Bucks aplenty?
Yes! And you're going to lose everything! My revenge is complete!
Revenge? For what?
How about stranding me on a desert island for starters?
I did that to help you get closer to your parents.
Well, that worked for all of 3 seconds until...
Oh, cool! A flashback!
On that deserted island, Father discovered oil, and Mumsy opened a seaside luxury resort. Pretty soon, they were busier and richer than ever before. And this time, I didn't have my fairy, Wandissimo, to comfort me.
That's your own fault.
Hey, I was watching that!
And how do you even remember all this? Jorgen von Strangle wiped your memory.
On the island, a handsome purple coconut conked me on my noggin, and I remembered everything. Then I began to plot my revenge.
That's it. Flashback's over.
Cosmo, Wanda, I'm so sorry.
Not so fast.
Wandissimo! You've returned!
Yes, I am here to tell you that I was that handsome purple coconut. I hit you on the head so you would end up here as part of my diabolical plan.
Yay! Flashback!
You see, after you lost me, I handsomely and fabulously roamed fairy world living in shame for many months, doing various odd jobs. Then I heard how miserable you were without my muy macho-ness. My heart cried for you, so I decided to help you no matter what the rules say. So I gave you back your memory.
So you can save Cosmo and Wanda, right?
Alas, I cannot. Not so fast!
Jorgen von Strangle?
Yes, in fact, this was all part of my diabolical plot. You see, Wandissimo ended up working as a cook in my favorite diner, and he is the worst cook ever! My many passionate tears would sometimes drop into the food. So I concocted this plan so that he would go back to Remy and stop ruining all my meals!
So do I lose my fairy godparents or not?
Of course not!
I'll get you two in this cab someday!
Remy, you were very, very bad, and I should punish you by not giving you back your fairy godparent. But I have a better punishment for you. You can have him back. But he has to cook all of your meals! Think of the stomach pain! Finally, I can get good schnitzel again.
So let me see if I have this right. It was Jorgen's plot to get Wandissimo to plot to get Remy to plot to make me lose my fairies.
Not so fast!
Cosmo, don't tell me this was all your plan.
I said not so fast! I can't follow any of this. Now, which one's Remy again?
Goodbye!
These out. Word to all your mothers.
Hawking! I checked the math! 2 plus 2 isn't 5, it's 6! 6!
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Annie, leave it, just leave it. Okay, welcome to the murder at Haversham Manor, and I kindly request that all of your phones and all other electronic devices are switched off. And please note that photography of any kind is strictly prohibited, as well as any food or drink in the auditorium at any time. Also, if anybody finds an iPod shuffle full of 80 songs anywhere in the auditorium, that is a personal item and they don't make those anymore. So please do drop that off at my tech box at the end of the show. And enjoy the performance. Okay, can we prepare for lights up on Act 1? Note for the cast that Winston is still missing, so we need to find him for the guard dog scene. We need to get him back in his cage as soon as possible. Also, what's Annie doing on stage? Somebody needs to get her off the Chris, can you?
Leave it, just leave it.
You need it.
We don't have time. Go, go. Take the thing, just go. Go. Move, go. Good. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to the Cornley Drama Society's presentation of The Murder at Haversham Manor. Please allow me to introduce myself. I am Chris, the director, and I would like to personally welcome you to what will be my directorial debut. And my first production as head of the Drama Society. Firstly, I'd like to apologize to those of you involved in our little box office mix-up. I do hope the 157 of you affected will enjoy our little murder mystery just as much as you would have enjoyed Disney's Frozen. We are particularly excited to present this play because, for the first time in the Society's history, we have managed to find a play that fits the number of Society members perfectly. If we're honest, lack of members has sometimes hampered past productions, such as last year's Chekhov play, Two Sisters.
Real high.
Last Christmas's The Lion and the Wardrobe. or indeed our summer musical, Cats. Of course, this will be the first time the Society has been able to stage a play of this scale, and we are thrilled. It's no secret we usually have to contend with a small budget, as was evident with our recent production of Roald Dahl's classic, James and the Peach. Of course, during the run of that particular show, the peach we had went bad, and we were forced to present a hastily devised alternative entitled, James, Where's Your Peach? Anyways, on to the main event, which I am confident will be our best show yet. So, ladies and gentlemen, without any further ado, please put your hands together for Susie H.K. Bridewell's thrilling whodunit, The Murder at Haversham Manor!
Thank you, Perkins. Let's get this door open. We're coming in, Charlie. We're coming in. There we are. We're in. But what's this? Charles, unconscious, asleep. Surely, Mr. Collymore. Damn it, Perkins, I hope so. I'll take his pulse. Yes. I knew something must have been wrong. So unlike Charles to disappear like this. Sir, he's dead. Damn it, Perkins, he can't be. He's my oldest friend. Well, he's not breathing, sir, and there's no hint of a heartbeat. Why, I'm dumbfounded. He was right as rain an hour ago. And don't understand, he can't be dead. He was fit as a fiddle. Doesn't make sense. Of course it makes sense. He's been murdered. Good God, where's Florence? She's in the dining room, sir. Shall I fetch her? At once, Perkins, quickly. But she's bound to have one of her hysterical episodes. Damn it, gather everyone in here. Charles dead. What a horror. Lounge to dining room, Cecil, Miss Collymore. Come to Charles's private rooms at once. Charles Havisham has been murdered. Do you think it was murder, Perkins? Or do you think, perhaps, it was suicide? Suicide, Mr. Havisham? Not possible. Never was there a man with more zest for life than Charles Havisham. He was young, rich, and soon to be married. Why on earth did he commit suicide? Why on earth would anybody want to murder him? Charles was such a gentle fellow. Generous, calm. Philanthropist. He never had an enemy in his life. Till today, it seems. Shall I telephone the police, sir? The police? They won't make it out here for days in this snowstorm. I'll telephone Inspector Carter. He lives just on the other side of the village. He'll be here in no time. Hand me the phone, Perkins. Thank you, Perkins. Good evening. Give me Inspector Carter. I know it's late. Damn it, I don't care about the weather. There's been a murder. Someone's murdered Charles Havisham. That's right. That's right. Sound effects error on cue 4. Thank you. He's on his way. Inspector Carter, they say he's the best down inspector in the district. He'll crack this case in quick. Very good, sir. What shall I do? Lock every door, man. Not a soul gets out of Havisham Manor until the killer is found. At once, sir. And assemble everyone in here. Right away. Good God, Charles Havisham murdered his own engagement party. Good God, Charles Havisham murdered his own engagement party. What a grim, grim night. Florence! Charlie, no! I can't believe what I'm seeing! My God, he looks so frail lying there. His skin is cold to the touch. Don't touch him, Florence. I must. You mustn't. Oh, you controlling brute, unhand me. Oh, who could do such a thing? Just a week after our engagement. Cecil, quick! Your brother is dead. This way, Mr. Havisham.
I'm coming, Miss Collymore!
My brother? Dead? It can't be.
Calm yourself, Cecil. Pour him a stiff drink, Perkins.
Right way, sir. Charles always kept his scotch upstairs in his study.
You know, my brother had the finest collection of scotch in all the country.
Don't you think I know that, Cecil? He was my best friend.
But he was my brother, Thomas.
You told Charlie, dead.
My fiancé, dead. I can't bear it.
You want to leave my sight this evening, Florence?
Oh my God! He's drunk the whole bottle, sir. There's not a drop left.
Hang it all, but...
man. Who would kill him? I'm in shock, Thomas.
As am I, Cecil. As am I.
My brother, murdered in his own home. It's unthinkable.
This is more than my nerves can take. I simply can't stand it. Thomas, I think I'm becoming hysterical.
No, Florence, not another one of your hysterical episodes. Calm yourself. Here, take one of your pills.
Oh, Florence, this is unbearable. Thomas, I feel I shall pass out.
Perkins, pull that man a stiff drink.
Thank you, Perkins.
Hello, Florence. Well done. Deep breaths.
Who could do such a thing? Just a week after our engagement.
That is the best whiskey I've ever tasted.
Have another to calm your nerves.
Make it double.
My Charles, my Charles, my head is spinning.
Oh, calm down, Florence.
Another Scotch, sir.
Yes.
I can't believe he was sat up here alone drinking when he was supposed to be downstairs with us.
My brother wasn't as happy as many people let us believe. Oh, behind that cheery mask lay a much darker side to the man that many people didn't know about.
It's true. His smile was often merely for Kane. I was fortunate enough to be one of the few people who really confided him.
Damn it all, I've lost a true friend today. We all have, Perkins. Hang tiny Charles ever since school.
I don't know how I'll ever recover from this.
You'll move back home with me. I'm your brother and I'll have it no other way.
Perkins is right. My brother was hiding a deep sense of melancholy and resentment. I have no doubt in my mind it was suicide.
Suicide, Mr. Havisham? How can you say that? Of course not, it's murder.
Murder in the first degree.
Nonsense! Nonsense! My brother was a jealous and paranoid person, and I can prove it. Perkins, hand me his journal. It's there on the mantelpiece. Thank you, Perkins. Why? Look here at the last entry. For I fear that Florence does not love me. For on the night of our engagement party, despair engulfed my soul.
But I loved Charles with all my heart.
As I said, driven mad with paranoia and jealousy. Oh no!
The inspector! Thank heavens he's here.
What a terrible snowstorm. Good evening, I'm Inspector Carter. Take my case.
Yes, Inspector.
Ugh, this must be Charles Havisham. I'm sorry, this must have given you all a damn shock.
It did. We're all still reeling.
Naturally. Tell me, are any of you the deceased's immediate family?
I'm Cecil Havisham, his brother.
I'm Florence Collymore, his fiancée. Tonight is our engagement party.
I take it everyone is assembled in here.
Yes, the only other member of staff is Arthur the gardener, and I saw him and Winston leaving for the weekend hours ago.
Winston?
His guard dog.
Very well. Have you poured everyone a stiff drink?
Yes, Inspector.
Well then, let us all raise a glass to a man that we all loved. To Charles.
Charles.
Delicious.
Lovely. It's a damn fine bottle, Perkins. What's the vintage?
Flammable and corrosive.
Listen, you all must be distraught, but forgive me. The sooner that I can begin my enquiries, the sooner we can get to the bottom of this ghastly business. If you'd be so kind as to take the body up to the study so I can examine it.
Yes, Inspector.
I'll lend you a hand.
M'lady.
Lock all the doors and prepare this room. I shall conduct my enquiries in here afterwards.
Inspector.
Any ideas as to the cause of death, Inspector?
Could be in any number of things. Strangulation, suffocation, or Poison. Before fully examining the body, I wouldn't like to say.
Poison, Inspector, surely not.
Try not to think about it, Miss Collymore. As soon as I finish... I'll speak to everyone individually, and then you can get some space to calm your nerves.
Yes, thank you, Inspector. This is more than my nerves can bear.
I shall return presently, as soon as I've finished examining...
Yeah!
Well.
M'lady. M'lady.
Now a cowboy needs a hat, needs a hat, needs a hat, and a pair of fancy boots, fancy boots, fancy boots. Now
Well, thank God they've all gone.
Lord Perkins, this body weighs a ton.
Charles, so this is Charles's private study.
Yeah! Yeah! Yeah!
I can't stand it. Just look at me. Whoa.
Cecil, we must tread carefully. It would become easy for us to become implicated in Charles's death. If someone finds out about us, we'll be suspects.
We're having an affair. We're having an affair. So what? It doesn't mean we killed the man.
Yes, but that's what the inspector would think.
It's fine. We'll just carry on as if everything were as it were. Except now you won't be forced to marry my beastly brother.
And soon we can be together and not keep secrets.
Soon, my love, but first, with Charlie finally out of the picture, I must ask you one question.
So strange to think of Charles being dead. He was such an influence on all of our lives.
It's almost as if he's still alive in the room with us.
His stillness unnerves me.
Seeing a cadaver for the first time can be unsettling. Check his pockets, Thomas. Now, I need you to pull yourselves together and help me dust the body for fingerprints.
Yes, Inspector.
A letter?
Now to dust the body for fingerprints.
What was that? I could have sworn I just saw him breathing.
Breathing, sir.
No. Nonsense. Nonsense, Collymore. This man is dead.
Florence, will you do me the honor of becoming my wife? Marry me. Florence, Charles is dead. He can never come between us again.
Thank you, gentlemen. Now that I've finished examining the body, perhaps we can take it down to the service quarters for the coroner to collect in the morning.
Yes, Inspector.
Then check all the doors are locked, Perkins. Collymore, perhaps you could fetch me a pencil and my notebook from downstairs.
Naturally. After you, Charles.
Oh, Cecil, I can't resist you. I shall marry you.
Oh, Florence, come into my arms.
I shall.
Kiss me.
Oh, Cecil.
Inspector requires a pencil. What on earth's going on in here?
I was feeling flustered. Cecil was cooling my brow.
Very well. Now I have the pencil of beyond my... Well, now I have the... Now I have the pencil of beyond my way.
Thank God he's gone.
Kiss me 1,000 times. I'm yours.
Sorry to interrupt, Miss Collymore, Mr. Havisham. I have come to collect the keys to look us all inside.
Thank you, Perkins.
I shall lock the doors at once.
You don't think Perkins suspects us, do you?
Oh, that old fool, of course not.
No, enough words. Take me.
I forgot the inspector's notebook. What in God's name?
I was about to faint. Cecil caught me.
I haven't time for this. Now I have the notebook of... Notebook of beyond my way.
Oh, darn, these blasted interruptions.
Kiss me, Cecil. I can't wait a second longer. Kiss me, Cecil. I can't wait a second longer. Kiss me, Cecil. I can't wait a second longer.
Sorry to interrupt, Miss Collymore, Mr. Havisham. I have come to prepare the move.
Thank you, Perkins. Just set them down on the mantelpiece. That's some good work, Perkins. At last, we're alone.
Oh, Cecil. Let's run away from here, far away, together.
Oh, soon, my love, but first, we must be careful. We mustn't arouse suspicion.
Cecil, tell me, who do you think killed Charles?
Well, I have no doubts in my mind. He was killed by your brother, Thomas Collymore.
My brother a murderer and Charles dead? What a devil of a situation this is.
Not so fast, Inspector!
But why would Thomas want Charles dead?
Oh, isn't it obvious? He couldn't stand the idea of his best friend marrying his sister. He saw you two at tonight's engagement party. He drove him half mad and he stabbed and killed Charles.
But if it is Thomas, what if he were to discover our affair?
I have no doubt in my mind he would try to kill us both, just as he killed Charlie.
Oh, I feel faint again.
Don't worry, Florence. Just follow my lead.
I'm sorry to have kept you. but now that I've finished examining the body, our interviews can proceed. Perkins, bring in Charles's personal effects.
Where would you like them, Inspector?
Set them down on the mantelpiece.
As you wish, Inspector.
Don't go, Perkins. I'd like to ask you a few questions first. Mr. Havisham, Miss Collymore, if you'd be so kind as to give us a moment's privacy.
Naturally.
Now, don't just stand there, Perkins, take a seat.
May I?
Go ahead. How are you feeling, Perkins?
A little shaken, sir, but I'll be fine.
You and Charles Havisham, you were close?
Yes, sir. Very.
You don't appear very upset.
Evening, Inspector. We require the code from the library. On the contrary. Of course they didn't notice.
Barely.
I improvised.
He was such a kindly, charming man.
It's true.
You met him?
Once at a local police station. He was a consultant on a fraud case I was working on.
I see.
How long have you been working at Havisham Manor?
80 years.
80 years?
8 years.
8 years. And you have enjoyed your time here?
And my time with Mr. Havisham has been nothing but a joy. I feel that since I have come to work here, I can see not only as a butler, but also as a friend and a confidant. If you need me, I'll be in my quarters. Exit.
Thank you, Perkins. If you'd be so kind as to send in Florence Collymore on your way out.
No need. I'm already here. Don't ask too much of me, Inspector. I feel fragile as glass.
Ah, Collymore, you've managed to find me a pencil.
Inspector?
And my notebook. Ah, yes, I knew I left them somewhere. I'm going to have to speak to your sister Ern.
Very well. I'll be in the library, Florence.
Don't fret, Miss Collymore. My questions will be brief and to the point, and then you can get some rest. Firstly, how old are you, Miss Collymore?
I'm 21.
I'll make note of that. And when were you engaged to be married?
In the new year.
And when did you and your fiancé first meet?
Only 7 months ago. But my brother has known him since school. He introduced us at the local gay line. It was love at first sight. I knew from the moment I saw him that he was the man I wished to marry.
Ah, I've run out of paper.
Well, when you love someone, there's no such thing as rushing, Inspector.
Did you ever think you were rushing into this marriage?
Why wouldn't I love him?
Did you love him then?
Who on earth could have benefited?
Can you think of anyone who might have benefited from your fiancé's death?
Cecil?
Not even Cecil.
I'm not having an affair, Inspector. Don't raise your voice to me.
You were having an affair!
Don't tell me to calm down!
Calm down, Miss Collymore! Oh! Oh!
But where did you find it?
I found your letter, the one addressed to Cecil, written in your hand, declaring your love for him and how the thoughts of marrying Charles repulsed you.
Charles read it. Then where did you find it?
I'll tell you where I found it. In Charles's pocket.
Charles read it? Then it was suicide.
Indeed. Or a murder conceived by yourself and Cecil Havisham so you could run away together.
You diabolical beast. I won't stand for this. Accuse me again, Inspector, and you'll be sorry.
What is this, Inspector?
I'm merely interviewing Miss Collymore, nothing more.
What's the matter, Florence? Calm down. Stop shouting.
She's having one of her episodes. Snap out of it, you're hysterical.
Florence, where are you going?
Come back here this instant.
I'm sorry about her, Inspector. She's badly shaken. We all are. It's been quite the night, and it's getting late.
Indeed. 11 o'clock already.
Well, do you have any questions for me, Inspector?
Yes, similar to those I asked Miss Collymore.
Well, fire away, Inspector. I am at your service.
Indeed. You and your brother, you were close?
Up and down, there was more strain in our relationship ever since Father died, and everybody knew Father preferred Charlie compared to myself.
I see. This is your father in the portrait, is it not?
It is!
Spitting image of Charles, wasn't he?
Yes, ever since he was quite young.
You were the junior by 4 years?
Almost 4, and didn't I know it. Charlie patronized and embarrassed me throughout our entire childhood. He always thought he knew best, and Father always took his side. If he ever didn't get his way, oh, Inspector, he was unbearable.
Sounds far from the ideal, brother. In fact, sounds like you two hated one another.
I won't lie, Inspector. Charlie and I barely ever saw eye to eye. But if you're implying I had something to do with his murder, you're mistaken.
I see. It's a dark night, Cecil.
Inspector?
You can barely even make out the trees.
What are you saying, Inspector?
I'm saying, Cecil, that tonight will be the perfect night for you to murder your brother.
Inspector, please, me and my brother had our differences, but deep down we cared for one another.
And yet you had him without his fiancée.
What on earth made me that idea?
It's letter I found in Charles's pocket from his phone to himself.
Where did you find it?
It's in your pocket.
Well, bravo, Inspector, you found out about Florence and I, but it proves nothing. We had nothing to do with Charles's murder, but Thomas Collymore does. Oh, Inspector, he's a dangerously unhinged man with a devil of a temper, and Florence as his sister. Now, if I've said it once, I will say it again. He couldn't stand the idea of giving up to any man, let alone his old school chum. He saw them at tonight's engagement party, he lost control, lashed out, and killed Charles. A crime of passion, perhaps, but that's what it is.
Thank you, Mr. Havisham. You've been most helpful. Thank you, Mr. Havisham. You've been most helpful. If you could fetch Thomas Collymore for me. I'm going to have to follow more than one line of inquiry to get the bottom of this.
Of course, Inspector. Anything to help with the progress of your investigation.
Hang it all, Charles. Who could have killed you? Everyone under this damned roof seems guilty. That's queer. There's something underneath these cushions. A ledger. 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 Stop laughing. I can see you tear, okay? A ledger. This is not like television. It's not funny. A ledger. A ledger. What? Ledger. With Charles's initials inscribed on the cover. Let's see. Notes, bills, and what's this? A newly written draft of Charles's last will and testament dated only today. Let's see. I, Charles Havisham, hereby amend my last will and testament to leave my money, possessions, and Havisham Manor to one. Good Lord!
Inspector, Thomas Collymore for you.
Thank you, Cecil. But before I interview Mr. Collymore, there's some papers I'd like to review in Charles's study. I shall return presently.
Do take your time, Inspector.
Indeed.
Now, tell me, Thomas, what were your feelings about Florence's and Charles's engagement? Oh, come now, Collymore. We all know you are overprotective of your sister. I'll get it. Colmore?
At 11:30 in the evening.
Yes.
Hand me the receiver, Cecil. Good evening. Yes, Thomas Collymore speaking. It is inconvenient, yes. My recent deposits. What of them? Discrepancies. What are you talking about, man? Gone. Gone where? 9,000 pounds stolen. Good God, man, Perkins, get in here. Yes, sir. Oh! Bring me my bank book, Perkins.
Your bank book, sir.
Thank you, Perkins.
Your pen, sir?
Thank you, Perkins. This is an absolute refrain. Who am I speaking with? I'll report you to your superior. Mr. Fitzroy, I'll write that name down. Mr. I'll have you know this telephone call has put me in a very difficult position. Now, look here, Fitzroy. I didn't authorize this transaction, but if you find out who did, and you call me back.
What's the matter, Colmore?
9,000 pounds taken from my private savings.
Oh, good Lord.
What a ghastly evening.
Thomas, I believe I have a confession to make. Well, you see, Florence and I are having an affair?
What? You and my sister!
Now, calm down, Colmore.
Always worse, snake in the grass, Cecil.
It's not what you think. We're in love.
Oh, my sister does not love you. How dare you lay a finger on her, your own brother's fiancée. It's disgusting. No wonder your father hated you.
Oh, don't speak about my father, Colmore.
The time has come for you to answer to me for your indiscretions. Draw your sword. On guard! Nice try, Cecil, but no match for my skill. You know, sometimes I forget your child's brother is so pathetic.
I always was too quick for you, Colmore, but not bad. Shing, shing, shing.
Rattle, bang,
Shing.
swipe.
Slice.
Oh, 'tis nothing.
How about you, Colmore? Shing, shing, shing. Haha, yes. Swipe, swipe. You've got a good parry, Colmore.
Parry. I'll show you a good parry. I'll show you a good parry.
Shing, shing, shing.
Slash.
Oh, disarm.
Slash.
Oh, blood. 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 Oh, blood. Oh.
I don't need this to kill a man like you, Havisham. It seems there's no mystery as to who killed Charles.
don't let each other out of our sight. Where's Miss Collingwood?
She's coming now. Florence, get in here. Florence, you don't look yourself this evening. Thomas, I'm frightened. Don't worry, Florence. You're safe in here with me. What's happening, sir?
Isn't it obvious Cecil has lost control?
Oh, no, not Castle.
He killed Charles tonight, driven mad by his lust for you. Now he knows we've found him out.
I cannot bear it. Castle would not do such a thing.
Well, this is a fun mess. The worst night you've seen in 80 years. 8 years of service.
Save me, brother. Save me, brother.
Don't worry, Florence. I shan't let anyone hurt a hair on your head.
I'm panicking. I can't believe Cecil is doing this.
Try to relax, Miss Collingwood.
I shall faint.
Shan't faint.
Whoa! Confound it! What a devil of a situation this is. Now, we're all going to survive tonight. You hear me? Not so fast!
Now, but...
Now we're all going to survive tonight. You hear me?
Take cover!
Great Scott! Heavens! Me.
Don't panic. Cecil's crossing the landing. We must lock him out.
Quickly, where are the keys to the door? Perkins?
Here they are.
Handle me quickly, Perkins, before Cecil bursts
Here
in.
they are, sir.
Good Lord! Cecil's dead.
A double murder.
Time of death, 5:45.
Cecil, no. I loved him. I know it was wrong. I know I was engaged to Charles. But Cecil was mine and. I was his.
There is coming on.
How will I go on? Sobs.
You, take this body outside.
Yes, Inspector.
I'll lend you a hand, Perkins.
I've seen an awful lot in my 20 years as an inspector, but 2 murders on one evening is certainly unusual.
Oh, Inspector, my fiancé and mother killed on the same eve.
Remember your breathing, Miss Collymore. Now's not the time for another one of your episodes.
I'm having an episode, Inspector. I cannot help it.
Have an episode.
Episode.
and one we need to answer quickly if we're going to get out of this house alive.
Oh, Inspector, you've given me a chill.
Perkins, pause on another scotch.
Calls, Inspector.
Now tell me, is there anyone else that you know of in the grounds other than the four of us?
Not a soul. The gardener left at 6. The only other member of staff is Perkins.
God, I needed that! Does anyone have access to the grounds?
No one, Inspector. I'm the only one with the master key, and as instructed, I locked down both of the doors as soon as you arrived. Then who could have killed him? It's a good question, Mr. Collymore.
And one we need to answer quickly if we're going to get out of this house alive.
Oh, Inspector, you've given me a chill.
Perkins, pause on another scotch.
Calls, Inspector.
Now tell me, is there anyone else that you know of in the grounds other than the four of us?
Not a soul. The gardener left at 6. The only other member of staff is Perkins. Good God, I needed that.
Does anyone have access to the grounds?
No one, Inspector. I'm the only one with the master key, and as instructed, I locked down both of the doors as soon as you arrived. Then who could have killed him? That's a good question, Mr. Collymore.
And one we need to answer quickly if we're going to get out of this house alive.
Oh, Inspector, you've given me a chill!
Perkins, pause on another scotch.
Pause, Inspector.
Now tell me, is there anyone else that you know of in the grounds other than the four of us?
Not a soul! The left at 6. The only other member of staff is Perkins. Good God, I needed that.
Does anyone have access to the grounds?
No one, Inspector! I'm the only one with the master key, and as instructed, I locked down both of the doors as soon as you arrived. Then who could have killed him? That's a good question, Mr. Collymore.
And one we need to answer quickly if we're going to get out of this house alive.
Oh, Inspector, you've given me a chill.
Perkins, pause on another scotch.
Pause, Inspector.
Now tell me, is there anyone else that you know of in the grounds other than the four of us?
Not a soul! The only other member of staff is Perkins. Good God, I needed that.
Does anyone have access to the grounds?
No one, Inspector. I'm the only one with the master key, and as instructed, I locked down both the doors as soon as you arrived. Then who could have killed him? That's a good
And one we need to answer quickly if we're going to get out of this house alive.
Oh, Inspector, you've given me a chill.
Perkins, pause on another scotch.
Pause, Inspector.
Now tell me, is there anyone that you know of in the grounds other than the four of us?
Not a soul! The only other member of staff is Perkins. Good God, I needed that.
Does anyone have access to the grounds?
Inspector, anyone with the master key, and as instructed, I locked both of the doors as soon as you arrived.
Then who could have killed him? Good God, you're right. It's one of us.
This is a disaster! Blackout! Intermission!
Good evening again, ladies and gentlemen. I hope you've enjoyed the break. We will be resuming this evening's performance momentarily, I am assured. I must say I'm delighted to see so many of you have returned for the second act. Now, obviously, I would be lying if I said the first act went entirely as rehearsed. There were one or two minor snags, which you may or may not have picked up on. But there are snags you'd expect to see in any production, and this certainly hasn't been the worst first act Cornley Drama Society has seen, by some stretch. Just last year, due to a casting error, Cornley Drama Society had to present Snow White and the 7 Tall Broad Gentlemen. Anyways.
No, it's going quite badly, to be honest, bud.
Before we begin,
Yeah, but she's still unconscious and we still
Trevor!
can't find a job.
Before we resume the performance, one word of Health and Safety Administration. Could I please ask anyone who consumed any of the candy available during intermission to please seek medical help immediately? And now I present to you the concluding act of The Murder at Havisham Manor! Good God, you're right. It's one of us.
This is a disaster! And it's not over yet. 2 murders on one night at Havisham Manor. What a grim, grim night. Frightful, brother, frightful. And look, Mr. Collymore, the snowstorm outside is building. If we're not careful, we'll all be snowed into this slaughterhouse. We must discover the guilty man.
Indeed. The gunshots were heard coming from the library. I shall investigate. All of you, remain here.
This whole business is a stress. Let us remind ourselves of what we know. We know that Charles Hamilton was found murdered, him in his own private rooms on the night of his engagement party. We know that his fiancée was involved in an affair with his own brother, Cecil. How could my sister behave in such a way?
Not now, Thomas. We know that he too was murdered on the same eve in cold blood.
The only thing we don't know is who the murderer is.
Oh, tension in this house is dreadful! Oh, the tension in this house is... Oh, it's tense!
How do you feel then?
I'm good!
That's dreadful.
Oh, dreadful, yes, I want to die!
That's the spirit, Florence. But now, Miss Collymore, I must ask one important question. Where were you when this murder was committed?
On the floor with a mustache!
That makes perfect sense. So was I.
Kiss me 1,000 times, I'm yours!
Of course, Florence. That's what brothers are for. This is a disaster, and already it's midnight. That was Mace. That was Mace.
Sorry, buddy, go on.
That was... That was Mace. On the news. Ominous, indeed.
Study to lounge, study to lounge. Are you there, Collymore?
Yes, Inspector.
Collymore, come up to the study quickly. I must speak with you.
At once, Inspector.
Ah, there you are, Collymore.
Yes, Inspector.
I must speak with you, Thomas.
Of course, Carter.
Are you sitting comfortably?
Most comfortably, Inspector.
Before we speak, I must make sure no one else is in earshot. Very well. Thomas, I found a weapon that was used to kill Cecil Havisham.
God, where was it?
In the library, lying on the table, muzzle warm and barrel still smoking.
Someone killed Cecil with this?
Yes, less than half an hour ago.
Who?
I was hoping you'd be able to tell me that, Thomas. After all, we are friends, aren't we?
I have no idea who killed Cecil. I was down in the kitchens when I heard the gunshots, fetching my sister some refresh. Line?
I don't know what page we're on, bud.
I don't know what page you're on, bud. Besides, why would I want to kill my oldest friend's younger brother?
Perhaps because you found out about his affair with Florence. We all know you're a jealous man, Collymore, ruthlessly protective of your sister.
I approve of whatever makes my sister happy.
Don't play fool with me, Thomas. You shot Cecil Havisham in cold blood, and you know that wasn't the plan.
Who the devil could that be?
I don't know!
You're probably right. Quickly, Miss Collymore, we must hide you out of harm's way. Charles had a secret passageway built behind his bookcase. Stand back, I'll open it. Step inside, Miss Collymore. You'll
doing with Winston when he got caught in a storm and couldn't make it to the gates?
Good heavens, Arthur, come inside. You won't believe what tonight where this evening has been.
How do you mean? Whoa, Winston! Down from the chaise lounge!
Mr. Havisham was murdered tonight.
Mr. Havisham? Surely you don't mean Charles Havisham!
Not only that, his brother Cecil was also killed tonight.
Yes, well, that explains the strange goings on on the ground this evening.
Open the door. Honestly,
A mysterious figure stood by the window to this very room when I noticed the latch on the window was forced, and Winston found this on the ground beneath it. A lace handkerchief with a deep red mark with a distinctive scent.
Kennedy.
Precisely, cyanide. And you can tell from the shape of the mark it's been used to hold the bottom. But not only that, it's embroidered with the initials FC.
Florence Collymore.
Indeed.
there is something I must show you, Thomas. No doubt you'll find it interesting.
Whoa! What is it, Inspector?
A new draft of Charles's last will and testament, dated only today. It appears he's changed the beneficiary.
Who on earth has he changed the Well, who on earth has he changed Good Lord!
That's right.
He's leaving it all to Perkins. For the gardener, you're suggesting that Florence Collymore broke into Charles's private room this afternoon?
Florence has murdered her own fiancé.
Miss Collymore, get in here now! You killed Charles Havisham and we have the evidence to prove it. How dare you, Perkins!
Collymore, the time has come to confront Perkins and tell him what you know he's done. Get in the elevator, Collymore.
Yes, Inspector.
We'll have to take the stairs.
After you.
Real hard.
Taking the stairs. Perkins!
Thank heavens, Inspector! These two have been accusing me of the most dreadful thing!
Now, hold your tongue. We all know what you've done. Whoa, Winston! Down, boy!
Winston, the Inspector is here to help us!
I'm sorry about Winston, Inspector. Put him outside.
Arthur, I presume.
I'm the longest serving member of staff here at Havisham Manor.
He's been working for Mr. Havisham for 90 years. 99 years!
99 years, what a dedicated man. But Arthur, I was informed you left Havisham Manor at 6 o'clock today.
What's that, young man?
It would appear you were hiding on the grounds the very night two men were murdered here.
Arthur became trapped in the storm and couldn't make it to the gates.
How implausible. I don't suppose you realize what you've walked in on this evening then, Arthur.
On the contrary, Inspector, it appears I've discovered a clue that will close this case.
Handkerchief.
Monogrammed.
Monogrammed.
And stained with cyanide.
Cyanide.
Dropped beneath the forced window which was used to gain access to this room so someone could poison Charles.
Good God, how dreadful. I must inspect this handkerchief in further detail. Thomas, fetch me my magnifying glass from Charles's desk.
Without delay, Inspector! Your magnifying glass
Thank you, Thomas.
But Inspector, there's something you do not know about that handkerchief. I'll get it soon. Good evening. Yes. It's for you, Mr. Collymore. Another telephone call? Yes, sir. Who is it, Arthur? Mr. Fitzroy, sir. Hand me the receiver, Arthur. At once, sir. Thank you for calling again. Yes, this is a much more convenient time. Another transaction case. One-way ticket to Dover? No, I have no idea. Hello, Fitzroy, are you there? There you are, Fitzroy. I've just given £9,000 of my money to somebody else. You're causing me more pain than you can possibly imagine. I shall hang up the phone at once. Mr. Collymore, you look like you could use a scotch. No more scotch. Thank you, Perkins. I must check my bank records once again. If you'll excuse me. If you'll excuse me. If you'll excuse me. Inspector, there's something about that handkerchief that is not detected.
What is it, Perkins?
The handkerchief bears one of the initials F.C. Lawrence Collymore is the murderer, Inspector. Me? The murderer? How can you?
You are the murderer, Miss Collymore. It is plain for us all to see. You are engaged to be married to Charles, a man who, according to your letter, you despise. Not only this, but you were having an affair. It would seem plausible to me you both murdered him so you could be together.
If you'll excuse me. I think it's going rather well. Lawrence Collymore is the murderer, Inspector. Me? The murderer? How dare you? I just checked my bank records.
You killed him, Florence.
She's having another one of her hysterical episodes.
Well, huh?
You killed your fiancé, Florence. What did you say to yourself?
I am no murderer.
We all know that's not true.
It is true, Inspector. Now you've been exposed.
Very well, Miss Collymore, your name can easily be cleared. First, we must inspect Charles's body for evidence of cyanide poisoning. Perkins, Collymore, if you could show me to the service quarters so that I might check the deceased once more.
Inspector?
Arthur, you stay here with Miss Collymore and ensure she does not leave this room.
Oh, Arthur, you've known me for years. Surely you must believe I would never do something like this.
On the contrary, Miss Collymore, it was I who discovered you to be the guilty party.
Oh, Arthur, how can you, please? You must protect me from these fiends. I'll do anything to win your trust.
Miss Collymore, you know I cannot resist your feminine charms.
I've seen the way you look at me from across the grounds. Even now, the way you're looking at me. Even now, the way you're looking at me. Even now, the way you're looking at me. I know how you feel.
Miss Collymore, I am a simple gardener.
And you said before how radiant. And you said before how radiant. And you said before how radiant I look as I walk across the grounds. Oh, Arthur, protect me,
Finnegan tipped $29.34.
always have. You can't pretend your feelings aren't real.
Very well. Perhaps it is true that I have admired you.
Then kiss me, Arthur. You know you want to. No one wants to see that. Seems like the audience is pretty invested, so that's a golden kiss. What on earth is going on in here?
I can explain.
I don't think you can.
Miss Collymore Arms.
A second affair?
Florence, you've changed. Your wild accusations have driven me to this. I feel dizzy. I feel I shall pass out.
I suggest you settle down, Miss Collymore.
Quickly, where's the medication? So I must have left it in the study.
Miss Collymore, you are a vile criminal.
And to think we took you in. You have manipulated me. I have let my boss down tonight.
And all the while, you're planning your fiancé's demise.
Oh, Inspector, all these accusations, I feel an episode coming on.
Have an episode.
Oh, episode.
Settle down, Miss Collymore.
You'll excuse me.
An adulteress and a cold-blooded killer.
I'm not, Inspector.
Yes, you are, Miss Collymore.
Oh, Inspector, this is all too much. I shall faint. She's fainted.
Quickly, lie her down on the chaise. That's better.
My found Florence's medication. What's happened?
Florence has fainted.
There, Miss Collymore.
Good Lord. I'll wake her up.
Finnegan tipped $33.07.
Mr. Collymore, please move her hands from her face. It was not her, Inspector. Besides, the figure I saw was that of a man.
Of course it was. You were taken in by a handkerchief planted outside the window to frame Florence. She and Cecil both have plausible motives for murder, but the true motive belongs to Perkins.
Me, Inspector?
You, Perkins. It appears that Charles has made Perkins the sole beneficiary of his inheritance.
This is all a mistake.
Save your bleeding for the police station. Thomas, to the chaise unless he escapes before I can drive him there.
But that won't be for hours. The snow is at its peak. It's not true, I told you.
What happened? I must have fainted. Curse my delicate. I must have fainted. Curse my delicate constitution.
You did faint, Florence. We discovered that Perkins committed the murder.
Perkins? Perkins? He's such a kindly old man.
This is all a misunderstanding. I didn't kill Charles. But I do know who did.
Who? Inspector Carter.
Poppycock!
You did it because Charles knew about the police money you won.
Embezzling.
No, and what of it?
You say you'd met before, that he was a consultant to the fraud case you were working on.
Yes, what of it?
Charles found that the reason why no arrests had been made was that the man committing the crime was yourself. You were the facade. You were the perpetrator. You were the perpetrator.
You can't prove it.
But Charlie could, and that's why you killed him.
No, never!
I know your secret, Inspector. What are you going to do? Kill me too?
Confound it, I will!
What a devil of a situation this is. Not so. Charlie! I thought you were dead.
You're alive? It's not possible!
I'm afraid it is. You couldn't kill me that easily.
How did you survive?
I simply drank the poisoned sherry you left out for me this evening. Charlie! Charlie! This is all more than I can bear. Ever since we last spoke at the police station, it was clear you thought I was on to you. It was at this point I became afraid you might try to kill me. For months now I've had my guard up, and tonight you fell into my trap.
You've been hiding in the grounds ever since this afternoon when you planted the poison.
It was you that I saw. You were the mysterious figure.
I thought it was strange. I thought it was strange you got here so quickly in this terrible weather.
But what about the handkerchief bearing Florence Collingwood's initials?
Perhaps you should ask Inspector Carter. Or should I say, Inspector Frederick Carter?
FC. The same initials?
Precisely. And after committing the crime, you found Charles's will in his ledger and tried to pin the whole thing on me.
You damned damned crafty devil! Crafty indeed. Perkins here is as innocent as I am. Remove those handcuffs this instant.
Of course, Charles, I have the key.
Drop the gun.
Me!
Never! I came here to kill you, Charles, and I won't leave until the job is done.
It's over, Inspector. I can prove your guilt to this second. I have the evidence upstairs in the safe in my study. Fetch the papers, Perkins.
Yes, sir.
Charles, shoot me in front of a room full of witnesses.
I don't think I wouldn't do it, Carter. You tried to kill me. I'd merely be returning the favor. Please, Inspector, you're frightening me! Please, Inspector, you're frightening me!
You ought to be frightened.
Arthur, hold everyone in this room. I'll send a wire to the local police.
Yes, sir.
You monster! You tried to kill Charles, and you killed someone! every penny with him. I think it's time we have a look inside your attaché case, Inspector, where we shall find the bottle of cyanide and Thomas Collymore £9,000.
Of course, your one-way ticket to an iPod.
He allows you to take all the risks by storing stolen money in your private accounts. Isn't that right, Inspector?
All right, it's true. All right, it's true. All right, it's true. I forged your signature at the bank and took out every penny. I intended on fleeing after I'd managed to frame someone for the murder, but I hadn't counted on your account of catching on so soon and telephoning you so quickly.
You rogue! I trusted you, Carter. You made a mistake there, and I'm afraid it's your loss.
No! Goodness sakes. Bang!
Waiting in the hall, sir!
downstairs. I wish they had a word with Thomas and private.
Yay, sir!
Thomas! You're not the man I knew at Eton. You've become greedy and jealous.
I'm sorry, Charles. My nerves are in a trance.
There's a glass of sherry by the telephone.
Thank you, Charles. Ever the kind host.
Drink it up.
Most kind.
Tell me, Thomas, one last thing.
Anything, Charles. I'll tell no more lies.
The glass of poisoned sherry the inspector left out for me. What do you suppose I did with it?
Well, I don't know. What? You don't mean you gave me the... Charlie! Charlie, no! Line? Just die already. Just die already. How dare you?
Oh, how I wish this could have ended differently. Thomas, your lies and deceits have led you inexorably to this end. If men allow their conscience to be governed by avarice, then death and destruction shall prevail. Betrayed by my brother! Cuckolded by my fiancé, and almost murdered by my oldest friend. Let us hope never again see murder at Haversham Manor!
m'lady. on the show, we're talking about the occult symbolism infused in the most popular female superhero of the past 30 years.
Wonder Woman.
She's a princess and a soldier. She is the one named
Miss Marvel.
Sailor Moon.
Oh.
Yeah.
Oh, that's not gonna work.
Oh no, this is the one.
Wow, I've been so excited to hear about your Sailor Moon review.
Well, you're part of the reason why I'm doing this today, because you encouraged me with your support and friendship.
Really?
Yeah.
Oh, thank you.
Thank you.
Sniffing each other's butts over here.
You're just jealous.
Great. The only person watching this episode will be Space Brain.
I think there's a lot of meatball heads out there that are gonna watch my Sailor Moon review.
Alright, it's up to Robot to turn this ship around.
What do you...
Today on the show, Robot's gonna review one of the most badass, manly movies of all time, Commando. Dun dun. Dun dun.
Alright. Let's get back to Sailor Moon. Alright, I know...
No, we're not reviewing Sailor Moon.
No, we're reviewing Sailor Moon, okay? Specifically, we're gonna talk about Sailor Moon R, okay? It was recently re-released, it's got a new dub. And then we're gonna break down some of the characters and talk about how they represent the metaphysical properties of their planets.
Nobody cares about Sailor Girl stuff.
Are you kidding me? Are you kidding me? This is one of the most popular animation franchises for reals, okay? This is like some #1 worldwide hit phenomenon. Sailor Moon revitalized the magical girl genre. It made anime popular in the West, not only in America, but all over, okay?
Yeah, Commando is super popular all the time.
All the time. I think it's one of his lesser known films, in fact. We're gonna talk about one of Arnold Schwarzenegger's lesser known films, Commando. This is pretty well known. I think this is more well known.
Commando is way more well known than
No.
Sailor whatever it's called.
No, it's super not. It's super not. And I think that this is for girls, by girls. It's amazing.
Gay.
Oh, whoa.
Sailor Moon is gay.
Whoa.
Oh my goodness.
Whoa, you did not. You did not.
Whatever. I can say whatever I want now that Trump is president.
Fuck. This is exactly what I was afraid of.
Me and my friend Bobo say it on Xbox all the time.
Oh, I know you do. That's very true.
I thought everyone knew not to use that word in that context anymore.
Sailor Moon, totally gay.
Well, you know what? You're not entirely wrong, because there is a little bit of some gay subtext going on in Sailor Moon R.
What?
But I totally love it. I think it's super cute. Yeah, this alien, the bad guy who's an alien from outer space, he totally has a crush on Mamoru, Sailor Moon's boyfriend. Like, they, had a thing.
Well, I didn't mean it like that.
Well, that's in there.
I meant that it's not like this movie, which is totally badass and for dudes and awesome.
All right, Robot, I'm gonna let you talk about Commando, but first I need to talk about Sailor Moon because I've been telling people online about it and everyone's so excited. I mean, you're talking about we're tanking the channel, but everyone's been bugging me ever since I brought it up a few episodes ago.
Okay, fine, but hurry it up so we can get to the good stuff.
Here we go. All right, finally, Sailor Moon.
Fighting evil by moonlight, winning love by daylight, never running from a real fight. She is the one named Sailor Moon.
So my first encounter with Sailor Moon was in a newspaper. There was an article about the show coming to the US, and they had this image of her beside it, and she was striking her pose behind the moon, and it just flipped a switch in my girl brain. I am exactly the target demographic for this. I was just exactly the perfect person to see this. I had already been excited about superheroes from watching the X-Men and the Spider-Man cartoons on Fox, but seeing this, I was like, holy shit. I got so excited that I had to cut it out, this image, and fold it up and keep it with me, and I would just look at it You know, when I was by myself, I had never seen like Japanese cartoons like this with these big eyes and the long legs and her hair, and it was just like, oh my god, her fucking bow, the skirt. I was all in on Sailor Moon just from this single image. I mean, it's got everything that a little girl could want. You have sailor soldiers who have these cute outfits. They have these transformation sequences. There's crystals, there's bows on things, there's sparkles everywhere, there's it had everything that my girl brain like needed at the time.
I am Sailor Moon! And now, in the name of the moon, I'll
Okay,
punish you!
I don't get it. Where do they go? What do they do? Who do they fight?
Okay, here's the deal. Sailor Moon, she is a regular schoolgirl. She's a 14-year-old girl when she starts out on the show.
Balancing being a student and a guardian of justice is exhausting.
And a talking magical cat named Luna. Again, this is like, oh my god, talking magical cats? Like, I'm so in on this. Gives her a magical brooch, which has a crystal in it, and she uses this compact to turn into, magically transform into a sailor soldier, Sailor Moon. She finds other sailor soldiers around her. We got Sailor Mercury, Sailor Mars, Sailor Jupiter, and Sailor Venus, and they all come together and then they fight evil. They protect Earth from evil, from outer space, from other dimensions. You name it, they protect Earth.
Commando protects Earth.
No, he doesn't, actually.
Uh-huh. Well, let me tell you what he does do.
Okay.
So in Commando, John Matrix is this ex-army badass guy who is like the best badass ever.
Mm-hmm.
But he moves into the woods to have like a normal life, right?
John Matrix.
So he moves into the woods to have a normal life, just be a cool dude.
Right.
And he has like, oh, and also he has like rippling muscles, and he can just pound wood, and he's really tough.
Okay.
Really tough, super strong.
Okay.
He can rip chains. He can flip cars. He can lift a whole telephone booth.
All right, okay,
and he can hold a guy over a cliff with one hand.
All right, now...
Can Sailor Moon do that?
Okay, you were just talking shit about you have no idea what it's about. What is Commando actually about? Because that's just about how cool...
It's about this guy who used to be the best soldier, and now he has to go back because someone's killing all of his men.
Well, what about the fact that he has a young daughter? I mean, you're kind of forgetting that whole plot line. I mean, he's doing all this to protect his young daughter.
Oh, yeah. You've seen it?
Well, yeah, I've seen Commando.
Oh, yes. Awesome. Perfect. Anyway,
it's been a
so
while, though.
He can smell the bad guys coming. He's that good.
He can smell them. Is there a scene where he sniffs them out?
Yeah, there is.
You're downwind. The air current may tip them off. Downwind? You think I can smell them coming? I did.
Shit. It's been a while since I've seen it, so.
But then, they kidnapped his daughter, and they cut his wires.
Like, cut his wires?
In his truck, they cut his wires.
Oh, okay.
But it didn't matter because he could push his truck.
Okay.
So he chases after him.
This is...
Now, if you're joining me today for this video, it's likely for two reasons. Either you're relatively new to 40k and the Astartes, the legendary elites of the Imperium, the Space Marines, or you're here for me making an overview opening of the most iconic of Imperial forces. The other option is you're one of those people who's here to sleep as I talk. That is fine too. Luton Sleep Club. I should say that for myself, about a year ago, I thought about diving in, looking at individual chapters of the Space Marines, their background, their history, their differences and organisation. It's been requested a lot. In honesty though, the prospect of doing this justice, focusing on an individual Marine chapter or Legion, was actually becoming so high of a mountain to climb in my mind, it felt almost insurmountable. I think though it's always true because I do this myself, no matter if you're new to the lore or a veteran, it always can be helpful to periodically strengthen the outlines of general things we know. In the case of the Astartes and their chapters, I think this will personally help overcome for me what seemed a daunting prospect before launching into specifics. We'll touch on today also a few details in the next section about the Astartes creation, general principles, things like this, just to build a complete picture. So let's do that. The origin of the Space Marines, the Astartes, is well known and a fundamental keystone for the 40k verse. In the aftermath of humanity's collapse from the Age of Technology, it was so weakened that it was almost completely destroyed by the isolation and warp horrors that ravaged it through the Age of Strife. The figure who would soon become known as the Emperor would emerge during this time upon Old Earth, Terra, to reunite humanity once more, destroying the warlords who had been left fighting pointless territorial skirmishes in the dust and decay of a dying world. In order to overcome these apocalyptic but still often powerful armies of the warlords, many of whom were strange warriors who had survived the collapse but augmented themselves with technology, cybernetic super warriors addicted to generations of warring in the decaying remains of a golden age. To overcome these, the Emperor forged his own heavily augmented transhumans, the Thunder Warriors, but they were far from perfect, a hastily crafted, extremely overpowered version of what would be later refined. The Thunder Warriors were impressive, but unstable. In this period, the Emperor had been rounding up genetic scientists and those who retained abilities of importance from the Age of Technology. He would use these recruited scientists to create his biotechnical department within his fortress complex on Terra. Deep in the underground depths of the palace, he would forge the Primarchs. 20 individuals who were far beyond mere transhuman. These were demigods, beings you could barely call human, such were their great powers and potential. Unlike the tech priests of Mars, the Emperor had walked through the mists of time. He traversed human history, and consequently, he was not so restrained by dogma and the surviving cults of Mars. This is what enabled him to employ the advanced sciences that remained from the golden technology age of humanity to develop the Primarchs and Astartes project. The Primarchs were each imbued with gifts that reflected a fraction of the Emperor's complete power. But as this ambitious project neared completion, the Primarchs were taken, scattered throughout the galaxy. The exact and definitive cause of this disaster remains open to debate. Some suspect the malicious powers of the warp, others close to the Emperor during this time have claimed responsibility. Ultimately, these are just details that in the broader context have little importance 10,000 years into the future. The Emperor would, using the base genetics of his Primarchs, continue in the development of the very first Astartes. The Thunder Warriors' power but also instability appeared to be caused in part by the fact that they were adapted as adult males. The process was both highly invasive and traumatic physically and mentally. The Space Marines who would follow would be developed differently and implanted as young boys. This meant their augmentations would grow in with their normal maturation and not a traumatic hard cut, as was the case previously. Astartes have as many as 22 specially implanted or augmented organs within their bodies. These all enhance their survival and capability. During this process of their creation, they will also undergo both mental and physical strengthening, often accompanied with further Imperial indoctrination. Their gene seed, though, remains the most critical in setting an Astartes apart from a mere augmented human or cybernetic warrior. These glands in the neck and chest contain the blueprints for the Astartes Legion and chapter heritage, and are painstakingly recovered from dead Marines to ensure their security and, more importantly, the genetic stability of a chapter. Of all the other implants or augments, another particularly noteworthy piece is of course their black carapace. This is one of the most difficult things to develop and implement. The continual failure of its implementation during the Astartes development threatened to undermine the entire project. But finally, the gene wrights and scientists working with the Emperor were able to successfully develop the carapace to embed without rejection for Space Marines. This critical system is meshed below their skin to enable uplinked nodes which are meshed directly into their nervous system. Their purpose is so the Astartes may interact with powered armoured suits of any design, so they may move as if the armour were their own body without limitation of movement or reaction time. Ordinary humans such as Inquisitors and the Sororitas can wear scaled versions of power armour, even Terminator armour, but without the black carapace these can be bulky and less effective than they are for Marines. As such, they may be balanced to be slightly less durable but enable more movement for the wearers. Powered armour in and of itself is not the creation of the Emperor, although he did perfect and design master level armour for the likes of his Custodes and Primarchs, and various iterations were made of course for the Space Marines over the years. In the early development of the Space Marines project, the Emperor created, based on his own genetic template, among other things those 20 Primarchs, and they were the basis of the first founding of Astartes. Each would in time bear the iconography and colours that identify them in line with their Primarchs. All this had been carefully planned by the Emperor and his closest associates. This initial founding of perhaps even only a few hundred Marines would soon grow exponentially to become the vast Imperial legions of the Great Crusade. There's little rock-solid information on the numbers of Marines within the legions at the inception of the Emperor's crusade to reunite humanity all throughout the galaxy, but after a few hundred years of the crusade, it's estimated that most of the legions numbered between 80 and 100,000 Astartes. A few were around 150 to 170,000, and the 13th Legion of the Ultramarines numbered as many as 250,000. In the context of a crusade though spanning an entire galaxy, these numbers are actually quite small, but it speaks to the strength and capability of the Astartes that such numbers could inflict the catastrophic devastation that would soon visit upon a burgeoning humanity. That devastation was the Horus Heresy. It's difficult to summarise the heresy in a few sentences, but by the end of the Crusade the Emperor had handed considerable power to Horus, the first Primarch reunited with the Emperor before they'd even left the Sol system. And whenever Primarchs were reunited with their legions, this could very often alter their structure, character, even their name. Terran-born masters who had commanded the Legion from their inception stepped aside, and although this was often handled with respect, good humour even, for some of the legions these changes caused undeniable internal friction between the Terran-born and those who originated from their Primarch's adopted homeworlds. This though was merely one small detail which helped to fracture the loyalty of some Astartes legions at the end of the Crusade. It remains difficult to definitively point to a single trigger that caused the heresy. Some of the Emperor's Primarchs, like Lorgar, had felt scorned and rejected for some time. Others held feelings that were, despite their demigod-like status, all too human. Jealousy, resentment. It all added up to an immense dark storm on the horizon, and when the Emperor entrusted the completion of the crusade to Horus, it created an ideal space to allow the germination of treacherous ideas. Horus and at least 9, although some speculate 11, legions of Astartes turned against the Emperor and embarked on a journey of planetary warfare that tore the newly founded Imperium apart. But despite its legendary status, the heresy really only lasted a few years. But these times were very dark and destructive. Entire planets were scoured, those who abstained from taking sides suffered equally in the long term, and even those who held firm risked later purges from loyalists who were quick to doubt and equally quick to exact punishment. At the end of this infamous heresy, Horus would fight the Emperor, resulting in the fabled obliteration of Horus and the Emperor being interred upon the Golden Throne, where he would then remain for the next 10,000 years. In the aftermath of the heresy, it was decided that a legion was too powerful a thing for any one individual, even a Primarch, to command over. So it was decided by Lord Guilliman Primarch of the Ultramarines 13th Legion, that each of the remaining Loyalist legions should be subdivided into chapters of 1,000 strong Marines. These would function more like a powerful strike force to function in collaboration with the other assets of the Imperium, as well as of course working together where necessary. Critically though, it would form the template for the next 10,000 years of Astartes history. This realignment of power of the Astartes within the Imperium was known as the Second Founding, which brings us roundly to the recruitment of Marines and the Foundings. Regardless of the scale and time period, little has changed about how the Astartes were recruited. Some exposure to a hard life is beneficial early on, a signifier of an individual who can stand apart from others, win by attrition, some genetic instinct to survive and overcome. This leads to many Marines having been recruited from harsh planets of either urban sprawl or hellish feral death worlds where the conditions and native flora and fauna are the enemy at all times. There are other instances where individuals are prepared, likely from birth, within noble hereditary-based warrior houses within hive worlds, or cities who hold open competitions for selection, testing out hopefuls with endurance games and likely things which will descend into a macabre spectacle. There is little to restrict those who choose to trial for Astartes, but there are some preconditions within specific areas placed upon prospective candidates for trials. These are always going to include age, genetic compatibility. Some individuals' bodies will always reject the gene seed of a chapter, likely to result in their death, so testing may take place before youths try out, as is sensible to do. And until the law specifically states otherwise, it continues to be the case that all Astartes are male. I know that this has been a matter of contention for some time, but it just currently simply is the case that this has been restated repeatedly within the official published law, even very recently. Little explanation given to this fact, and that's hardly new territory for 40k. General compatibility is not something specifically considered for Astartes in training, but most candidates are expected of course to be fit, mentally sharp, displaying some sense of character that will enable them to survive the brutality of their life yet to come. No matter how they're recruited though, it's unfortunately generally true that the rate of success in joining the next stage of Astartes conditioning and training is very low. Further tests continue from here on and throughout their augmentation to become full Astartes. Many more will perish during the harrowing conditions and examinations of their abilities, ensuring that only those who are truly destined to become a member of the Imperium's warrior elite will do so. This will of course be the proudest moment for any parents, siblings, wider family, even a community, should someone from their world, their city, their family be selected to go forward to Astartes training. But it will simultaneously be a time of sadness, for they will almost certainly never see nor hear that person again. They may die in the training or augmentation 1 year from selection, or centuries later taking a last stand against the very worst enemies of humanity. Both instances would not diminish the pride nor respect felt by their family and shown by those who would know their flesh and blood had been chosen to become a member of the Imperial Astartes. The structure of the Astartes has changed significantly since their inception. Not just their structure of course, but their scale. In the early days of the Crusade, the legions were likely small in comparison to their size toward the end of the heresy, but still very likely larger than a modern era chapter of just 1,000 Marines. The huge scale of growth of the legions came at the behest of the Emperor, who forced the legions to grow so quickly it's believed to have in part caused the deterioration of some of their genetics, leading to several legions exhibiting problematic traits. The first founding of the Imperial Astartes consisted of the 20 legions who were formed by the Emperor at the beginning of the Great Crusade. Their epic quests to reunite humanity are the stuff of legend, but the sheer power of the Astartes war machine when left unconstrained was terrifying to behold. I think it's best conceptualized by an Ultramarines quotation which goes as follows: to take a town, send a legionary. To take a city, send a squad. To take a world, send a company. To take a culture, send a chapter. The description of only requiring 1,000 Space Marines to take a culture gives a sense of what a legion of some 100,000 Marines could be capable of, and it was this scale of destructive potential that ensured the heresy would become one of the worst civil wars ever seen by humanity. The first founding consisted of the 20 legions as follows: the Dark Angels with their Primarch Lionel Johnson, the Emperor's Children, their Primarch Fulgrim, the Iron Warriors, their Primarch Perturabo, the White Scars, their Primarch Jakatu Khan, the Space Wolves and their Primarch Leman Russ, the Imperial Fists with Rogor Dawn, the Night Lords, Conrad Kurz, the Blood Angels, Sanguinius, the Iron Hands, Ferrus Manus, the World Eaters with Angron, the Ultramarines and Robuta Guilliman, the Death Guard, Mortarion, the Thousand Sons with of course Magnus, the Sons of Horus and the Primarch Horus, the Word Bearers, Lorgar, Salamanders, Vulcan, Raven Guard, Corax, and the Alpha Legion, their Primarch Alfarius. Obviously should note the Alpha Legion had 2 Primarchs technically, but we'll come to that later. As noted, in the aftermath of the heresy, it had become clear that the power of an Astartes legion was something so devastating it risked the future stability of the Imperium should a situation like this arise again. After all, who knows the size to which the surviving loyalist legions could have grown if they had remained after the heresy? What if one had, similarly to the Ultramarines during the heresy, outnumbered the others significantly and then later caused a problem? It's terrifying to imagine a legion of 1 million, 2 million or more Space Marines. So Robuta Guilliman decided that the Legiones Astartes would cease to exist in their current form. From here on they would become the Adeptus Astartes. Not all of the remaining loyalist Primarchs agreed with this path forward, but the very fact that the prospect of another conflict between them brought the logical conclusion into clarity, albeit still somewhat bitterly. The Space Marine chapters would be the default format from here on. This led to some new terminology. Progenitor chapters or first founding chapters were those who retained the name of the original parent legion. A primogenitor chapter were those created from the 9 loyalists remaining post-heresy but who did not carry the legion's name forward. These were chapters created from a legion now designated with a new title. For example, from the Ultramarines there were the Aurora chapter, the Emperor's Spears, the Howling Griffins. From the Blood Angels you had the Flesh Terrors, the Sons of Sanguinius. The Imperial Fists fielded the Black Templars, the Crimson Fists, and so on. Guilliman created his famous Codex Astartes at this time to help be a guiding principle for all the new chapters, to try and retain some stability and coherency that would give a foundation for these new chapters to stand upon, for they were in entirely new territory. Not all, of course, would choose to follow the Codex as strictly as others. For those successors from the Ultramarines, the Codex was often seen as their gospel word of their Primarch and therefore should and must be adhered to. But for those with heritage and ancestry to the Dark Angels, the Space Wolves, the Imperial Fists, it was viewed as more of a suggested guideline. Over the many thousands of years since, there has emerged no singular version also of the Codex Astartes. It's been amended, tweaked to a point where some chapters even went to war because of differing opinions as to its content. The establishment of chapters was no easy or small thing either. For many of the Astartes it was a difficult process to try and start anew after they had held such storied histories previously, especially in the aftermath of something like the heresy. For many, they had achieved the pinnacle moments of their duty, surviving an apocalyptic civil war against the traitors, but then to be segmented and placed into new chapters who technically had no history or background or glory of any kind. They would have to start from a clean slate, win their own victories, and so they would. There were many smaller foundings between the second founding and the return of Robuta Guilliman to the Imperium at the end of M41. These continual foundings were designated whenever several new chapters were established, not at any given point other than just when it were necessary. Sometimes entire chapters are destroyed or just vanish, and so foundings would occur to help bolster the supposed 1,000 chapters active in the Imperium at all times. Whether that figure is accurate or not is unknown, It's likely there are more or less Astartes alive today in the Imperium. It's doubtful anyone will ever truly be able to record this with accuracy. There were, though, supposedly as many as 24 foundings since the most important first and second foundings. Many of these others are not recorded officially either, and are broadly known by M41 as successor chapters, basically any chapter originating from the gene stock of the original 9 loyalists. Also, the nature of chapters from the second founding onward would change, not least because they were no longer on a continual crusade throughout the galaxy, but also it seems strange that a chapter must be obligated to designate itself with a homeworld, especially if it didn't have one or even need one. So there emerged many different kinds of these successor chapters. Not even the original Loyalist 9 would all retain their homeworlds, the Dark Angels, for example, having their planet sucked into the warp, only with a small rock asteroid to call home. But there are those who still retain a home planet. These are known as single-world chapters. They do not have a huge territory to oversee and will remain on one planet. Mostly these will have limited populations, often it's a very hostile world. Some chapters do situate themselves on hive or industrial worlds, but this is less common. Dominion chapters are, as the name suggests, based upon a world or several worlds that allow them to oversee multiple systems or an entire region of the galaxy. One of the best examples, of course, being the Ultramarines with Ultramar. Bound chapters are the opposite, usually stationed on one world or just an area with a specific task they must oversee, defense usually of a valuable high-risk asset or other infrastructure. Fleet-based or mobile chapters travel around the galaxy with no fixed address. Fleets are, as they sound, a collection of naval assets, usually with one massive ancient capital vessel as the Astartes base of operations. The mobile chapters are those who have some other means of travel, such as the Dark Angel's Rock or the Imperial Fist's Phalanx. Lastly, garrison chapters, who may fit into any of the previous categories, will likely have a singular base of operation, but the parameters of their deployment mean they're spread across a wide area, maybe multiple systems divided into smaller units. Sometimes this can involve the construction of a chapter keep or more localized limited versions of chapter monasteries. After the first and second foundings, there were, as we said, many which occurred through to the end of M41, other foundings. But when Robert Guilliman returned to the Imperium, at this point there was a new founding of significant importance, the Ultima founding. The Ultima founding was, of course, the point at which we saw the emergence of the Primaris Marines. With this, Guilliman would also revise his Codex Astartes as he saw it necessary for chapters to be adapted to the new weapons they could now wield, and the tactics that must be adapted to within the modern Imperium, or the contemporary Imperium. His new Novo Codex Astartes described chapter organization, tactics, theory, and much more. Archimagos Belisarius Call, an undoubtedly legendary genius with a fascinating past, but also seen by many within the Mechanicus as problematic, even a heretic, undertook the task given to him by Guilliman to forge a new army for the future of the Imperium. To this end, he was gifted by Guilliman the Sangprimus Portum, a gene vault containing the pristine genetic material of all 20 gene seed lines from the Astartes. As Guilliman lay in stasis for 10,000 years, Call had no direct oversight. His only mission statement was to improve upon the Emperor's original Astartes design, which he did far above the expectations of Guilliman when originally setting him the task. Call created faster, stronger, larger, more durable Marines, the Primaris. Not only this, he had provided the hardware needed to equip them. In time, it also became apparent that although difficult, the original Marines, often referred to now as Firstborn, could be augmented to become Primaris. It was, though, an extremely painful and dangerous process. The arrival of the Primaris in the Ultima founding was not without controversy, though. For one, many of the existing chapters were very unhappy at this sudden arrival of strange Marines, unproven in battle, and to be abruptly integrated into their chapters. Within the wider Imperium and Terra, there was also unease or even grumbling outcries that the returning Primarch was acting highly suspiciously. In the 10,000 years since the heresy, few lived who remembered those times now, and the prospect now for a son of the Emperor, a brother technically of Horus, returning with some vast army emerging that had been concealed until now, did not seem altogether a positive thing. It would take considerable diplomacy from Guilliman to quiet the grumbling nobility of the Imperium, the lords, ladies and senior members of the Administratum, Inquisition and more, that his intentions were entirely loyal to the Emperor and sincere. Not least, Guilliman had to tread especially careful around the ecclesiarchy, the now galaxy-wide, heavily embedded and extremely powerful leadership of the imperial state religion worshipping the God Emperor. Ultimately, the self-evident need for the Primaris in the devastating times to which Guilliman returned would calm things, along with his actions and his ability to protect and bring stability to an Imperium on what really was a catastrophic brink of collapse with the emergence of the Great Rift and ever-increasing threats from Xenos, traitors and the dark enemies of the Warp. The Primaris continued on now in the darkest of times. They form the bulk of Marines commanded by Guilliman on his Indomitus crusade, as he seeks to recover and stabilise the Imperium, especially the Dark Imperium on the broadly eastern side of the galaxy. The first phase of his crusade is now complete, and the Primaris are embedded within a broad swath of successor chapters. New entirely Primaris chapters were also founded during this time. Without the Primaris and the Ultima founding, it's doubtful Guilliman would have been able to defend and stabilise Imperium Sanctus. Through his vision and the successful integration and deployment of the Primaris, many great chapters of the Astartes were saved from what had potentially been their certain destruction. Now bolstered and invigorated by new blood, the crusade would continue on to recover the darkened Imperium from the horrors of the Rift and the all-enveloping darkness that consumed almost half the galaxy. So for today, when we're talking about the chapters of the Astartes, and by chapters this means loyalists, we're not talking about traitor legions, who technically still exist as legions. There are also far too many individual chapters of the Space Marines to speak to, so I'll generally be concentrating on an overview for the core progenitor chapters, maybe some of the primogenitor successors, the ones that I feel are interesting and noteworthy. Remembering also that today we're just overviewing, so sadly not the 10-hour video, I would need to deep dive every chapter. Space Marine chapters will generally adhere to a typical command structure where a senior Astartes known as the Chapter Master oversees all aspects of the chapter organization, their responsibilities, involvement with Imperial allies, current objectives, orders from higher up in the Imperium. They may have some form of senior council, trusted loyal veteran officers with whom they confer, as well as more human aides taken from within the Imperial bureaucracy, navigators, Inquisition and so forth. From there, the details of their chapter organization depend largely on how compliant they are, namely how Codex compliant they are. For the chapters more closely adhering to the Codex, they'll usually have 10 companies, each with a captain. The 10th most often for Vanguard Infantry and Scouts, basically support stuff, 8th and 9th for close support and fire support, 6th and 7th Reserve Battle Line Infantry, 2nd to the 5th Battle Line Infantry, and the 1st is always Veterans. Above these and separate are the Librarians, Chaplains, Apothecaries, the Forge of Tech Marines and Chapter Master. A compliant chapter will have within its senior command structure Captains, 2 Lieutenants, Sergeants and the Veterans, Company Champions and Ancients. Also, of course, will be the senior member of the specific specialties like the Librarians and the Chaplains. In reality, much of this is fairly loosely applied, while those of the Ultramarines and some of their successors may look upon these as details to be strictly applied. For other chapters, any of these details may not be present, or for example contain more officers than other chapters. In the case of, let's say, chapters such as the Space Wolves, it's actually unknown just what their numbers are, or their organisational practices with specificity. Some speculate the Space Wolves never truly divided themselves down into specific chapters, or at least not to the degree some other legions did. They're very reticent to reveal details about their numbers, and few would push the matter. An implying wink and a nod though say likely all that needs to be said. Chaplains of the Chapter Reclusium are an interesting detail, as are the Space Marine Psychers of the Librarius. neither were really officially present in significant numbers in the aftermath of the heresy, especially the religious representatives for each chapter in the form of the chaplains. These came later, and Lord Commander Guilliman has, for obvious reasons, not abolished these long-established positions within Astartes chapters. One question often arises though: do the Space Marines actually worship the Emperor in the sense that humans are members of the ecclesiarchy and especially the sororitas do? The answer is, it's variable, but mostly not. Some chapters may tolerate some religious idolatry, pay it lip service, generally avoid its irritating sermons and long-winded ceremonies. Others will fully embrace the line of the imperial religion that the Emperor is the god of humanity and lean into this in all respects. So it's not to say though that chaplains aren't absent from chapters who take the more traditional view of the Emperor. They play a role not far removed from the times of the Crusade. In chapters such as these, chaplains form a necessary bridge, a diplomatic representative, to negotiate and engage with the required obligations that are just part of existing within the Imperium in M41. They smooth things over, keep everybody happy. They'll display their chapter heroes, the champions, the veterans with relevant religious fervour. If a chaplain's role is being performed correctly, those who hold true belief in the Emperor should be indistinguishable from those who merely adhere to the mandatory necessities. And this isn't to say that chaplains don't have a role or that it's just a token gesture. They're often regarded in their chapters as looking after the heritage, the stories, the glory, the narrative of that chapter, and that's taken very seriously as well. The other specialists of a chapter are the librarians. Apothecaries and tech marines all undergo various specific training practices, sometimes away from their base of operations and the chapter, especially in the case of the tech marines, who will spend time with the mechanicus to learn about the machine spirit, the machine god, how to correctly maintain the technology of a chapter, most importantly the correct amount of incense to burn to encourage the best performance of any piece of ancient hardware. All chapters, of course, contain considerable additional individuals who perform all manner of roles. Again, not necessarily true for every single chapter, but generally speaking, you'll have serfs, servants to do all manner of menial labour, administrative, household, armourers, stewards, emissaries, scribes, and so on. Almost whatever you can think of that would likely need attending to. Even agri-workers selected for their skills from Imperial Agri-Worlds. Then of course you have your servitors, other Imperial administrators, members of the Telepathica, the Navigators, the Mechanicus, the list goes on and on. So a Space Marine chapter can be extremely complex depending on its operational nature, but it could also be very Spartan and minimal in terms of its support staff. Like all aspects of the Astartes, it's widely variable, and much of this is going to be dictated by the territory occupied, the resources available, the default mission assigned to the chapter. A vast realm such as Ultramar is going to be wildly different to, say, the Rock of the Dark Angels. Now, I had planned to originally cover all the core chapters, the progenitor chapters, in one video. But as is often the case, I realised this was going to make the video 3 hours long. TLDR, I decided to split this into 2 parts. Today, we're looking at the troubled and shattered chapters in the aftermath of the heresy and the times since. That means the Angels of Death and those such as the Iron Hands, Salamanders and Raven Guard, who in one way or another struggled in the shadow of the destruction they suffered at the outbreak of the heresy. When we come soon to part 2, we'll be looking at the other chapters such as the Imperial Fists and the Ultramarines, who have long, very deep histories with the Imperium that deserve a little bit more depth, even in the setting of a mere brief overview. And just to say it again, I fully intend to continue this series forward after that, where we'll be looking to dive properly into the legions and chapters of the Astartes on an individual basis. So let's begin with an overview of one of the most contentious of chapters. The Dark Angels are the first founding chapter. That is to say, they were the first legion forged by the Emperor on Terra whilst the Unification Wars were still happening. But their history winds its way between some of the most revered Astartes and heretics. They maintain an aesthetic of being monastic and religious, but this is not really a trait they're specifically known for in terms of practicing or applying the imperial religion. Their title, the Angels of Death, is ascribed to them because during the earliest times they were given near unlimited access to use any of the weaponry available to achieve their objectives, even technology that has since been outlawed or simply faded into darkness. In the time of the Crusade and the Legions, the Dark Angels of course excelled as they had done since their inception, but their failing would not be out among the stars like some of their brother Astartes who would stand against the Emperor. The Dark Angels' problems began on their homeworld of Caliban. Here their Primarch would be discovered by Luther, a member of the Knightly Order upon Caliban, for it was what the Imperium would designate as a feudal world. There are many types of planet in the Imperium ranging from their technological level and environmental conditions, and some human worlds reverted to a feudal state during the Age of Strife, and found the only way for them to survive was through enforcing a feudal system that often largely rejected technology, and importantly those who displayed psychic ability. These were often the individuals who during the Age of Strife condemned worlds to the ravages of warp creatures and horrors beyond imagination, so many of the surviving worlds purged their psykers. Upon discovery of the scattered Primarch, Luther named him Lionel Johnson and brought him into their Knightly Order. As all Primarchs, he quickly displayed advanced abilities and learning and rose within the Knightly Order of Caliban to eventually become its commander. When the Emperor was reunited with the Lion, they of course left to embark on the Great Crusade, and he would command his Dark Angels to great success. Luther was by the Primarch's side every step of the way, until he was returned to Caliban to raise up recruits for the First Legion. In the aftermath of the Horus Heresy, the Lion returned to Caliban, but what he discovered was not a celebration of their return, but instead a nightmare. Luther had been deeply bitter about his return to the homeworld and saw it as being dismissed from the glory. To not fight alongside the Lion at the most critical of times was taken by him as a deeply personal insult and slight. Luther had been corrupted, although not seemingly by any specific chaos god, but as did many in this time, he was just consumed by the undivided powers of chaos. Luther and the Lion would fight a titanic battle, and although he could not bring himself to kill Luther, the Lion certainly bested him. But Luther's final act was to lay a final strike upon Lionel Johnson. The reality of this broke Luther out of his bitter days of treachery, and he saw the insanity of his actions, but this moment also brought the attention of the Chaos Gods, who engaged a powerful warp storm around Caliban. The planet would be destroyed due to the continual bombardment being lain down upon the planet by the Loyalists in orbit, and with the planet's geology now so weakened and the warp storm so powerful, it began to pull the planet apart, dragging it into the warp, along with the so-called fallen angels, the Dark Angels of Luther, who had been similarly twisted by dark ideas and bitter resentment. This is where the appearance of the mysterious creatures native to Caliban are relevant. These are known as the Watchers in the Dark, and they are beings of small stature and curious ability. They spirited the Lion away at this time, deep within the planet, where he would remain for some 10,000 years. All that was left of Caliban after it was destroyed by the warp storms was the centre of the world, the Rock. And this only existed at all because of the immense force fields surrounding the Order's fortress monastery. It protected it from being dragged into the warp with the rest of the planet, and now it was all that remained of Caliban, a small, bizarre, single asteroid with the ruins of their fortress monastery. This would become the appropriately titled Rock of the Dark Angels, later fitted with propulsion engines that would enable them to pilot it around the galaxy. The Rock contained many dark secrets. The biggest were that the Lion himself remained deep within, guarded over by the Watchers, waiting for the time to return to the Imperium when it needed him the most. And as was recently revealed to us, that time seemingly is now. Lionel Johnson returns to the Imperium in M41 to fight for the survival of humanity in its darkest time. As for Luther, for the longest time he was believed to have remained within the Rock also, but none could ever reach or find him. But shortly after the formation of the Great Rift, a demon prince Marbas launched an invasion of the Rock that succeeded in freeing Luther. It is currently suspected that Luther is now assembling those of the Fallen into a new Dark Legion that could bring the galaxy to heel. This is of course the ancient history of the Dark Angels. But it's specifically relevant as, unlike other chapters, the Dark Angels have remained loyalist, but also are tainted by a deep shame that some of their number did turn traitor, a fact they have fought to conceal for the longest time, and something that has brought them into conflicts with Inquisitors who desire for them to be excommunicated from the Imperium, cast out alongside the Thousand Sons, Alpha Legion and more. The destruction of Caliban was something that occurred in relative isolation, and this meant that they have been able to largely conceal what took place at that time, and dismissively blame it upon the traitors, for there was much confusion and chaos in the scouring and hunting which occurred immediately after the death of Horus. Many traitors went on rampages as they retreated at speed to any area they could escape the wrath of the Loyalists. But to conceal this event took a dark course for the Dark Angels, in that to efficiently conceal what had happened, they had to slaughter any individuals that they felt were untrustworthy or who had witnessed or even been present at that time. This meant that actually tens of thousands of menial human staff aboard their ships or the Rock had to be executed. It's been reported as well that they even murdered some of their own loyal Astartes and brothers who refused to take an oath of secrecy to what had occurred. So these were extremely dark times for the First Legion, and they really walked a thin line between heresy and loyalist. Worse still, they had lost their Primarch, and using their librarian psychers, they attempted to discover the location of the Lion, yet this only brought more pain for the Dark Angels, as they learned now that their fallen brothers, the true traitors, had in fact not been killed in the destruction of Caliban. They knew now they were scattered somewhere unaccounted for, unreachable of course in the warp. This created an extremely anxious, stressful crisis for the Dark Angels. If any of the traitors were captured or spoken to about what had occurred, it could taint and damn them all. The ferocity and merciless actions of loyalists post-heresy was especially intense, mainly driven by the anxiety of what could occur if the catastrophe of Caliban were revealed, and this largely forged the ongoing future nature of the Dark Angels in the next 10,000 years. For one thing, it led any successor chapters derived from the gene stock of the Dark Angels to be held on a pretty short leash, and these unusually close associations, which we likely can surmise is of course due to the Dark Angels wishing to ensure they maintain an airtight lock on their dark secret, it's led to speculation and suspicion not of the truth to the Dark Angels' history, but that similarly to others like the Space Wolves, they're deliberately attempting to engage in so-called Legion building. There has remained a great deal of scrutiny over any chapters since the heresy who maintain suspiciously high numbers or very close relationships with their successor chapters. There is a great fear that it always remains that somehow a legion of Astartes could once again rise up and with its focused power wreak untold damage upon the Imperium or Terra itself. However, outlooks about such matters have begun to change in recent times. The Dark Angels and their successors did not just maintain close relations to each other, they acted often as would appear one united organization of Astartes. That's how close they like to keep things to their chest. But the return of Guilliman changed views in general about such matters, and likely now the return of Lionel Johnson, their Primarch, even more so. Guilliman returning and then bringing out of nowhere vast hordes of Primaris Marines at his command, as we noted earlier, shook things up a lot in the Imperium, and gave many within the leadership of the Imperium a moment of anxiety. They thought that their worst fears about the return of Space Marine legions appeared to be happening. However, Guilliman's masterful diplomacy and actions quickly dispelled these fears, and so tolerance towards chapters with close ties to their successors, or even suspiciously large numbers, has been leaning more now toward being tolerated rather than feared. Now, with the Dark Angels Primarch returned, it seems likely that the Dark Angels have far less to fear than they would have done otherwise. The word of a Primarch obviously carries considerable weight, and although they are far from having nothing to worry about, the Dark Angels are certainly in a better position than they were in previous millennia. The final thing to note with the Dark Angels is their blend of aesthetic and monastic order. Much has been carried forward from their feudal ancient times, and while Astartes are generally speaking not directly engaging with the religious worship of the emperor, much of their behaviour can still be interpreted as such, which is usually deliberate and just as well, as it helps smooth relations with ordinary humans and officials, especially those within the sororitas, the ecclesiarchy and so on. Many chapters carry rituals and behaviour which can be interpreted as being pseudo-religious. Often this simply marries smoothly with their ordinary indoctrination practices and the rituals of Astartes' brotherhood. For the Dark Angels, their rituals within their chapter carry significant importance and gravity, as these are designed to harden the loyalty and resolve of the Marines who join their number. But of course this simultaneously increases the suspicion of anyone outside looking in, who sees a highly secretive closed order who close up ranks as soon as anyone asks too many questions. Only those of the Deathwing and the Raven Wing, the first and second companies of the Dark Angels, truly understand the history of their chapter and legion. And of course the Dark Angels are known for their interrogator chaplains. These are adjacent to the usual battle line company infantry, and their role is specific to the Dark Angels, for their task is in extracting and interrogating information from any suspected fallen angels as and when they're captured alive. They're greatly feared, for obvious reasons, as interrogating a space marine is no small thing. The levels of pain and endurance they can suffer are far beyond that of normal human, and especially a fallen who has been exposed to the darkness of the warp far more potentially than an ordinary Astartes. Interrogator chaplains, though, have an even more difficult task once they've managed to extract any possible information from a fallen marine. They must attempt to secure the repentance of fallen traitors. Understandably, not an easy task, and for good reason, interrogator chaplains are considerably feared. Finally, it would be heretical not to at least mention the current leader of the Dark Angels, Supreme Grandmaster Azrael, also known as the Keeper of the Truth. He not only leads the Dark Angels in battle, but also in their ongoing hunt for the Fallen, and guarding the chapter's terrible secrets, many of which are known only to him and the previous chapter masters before. And for many of those complex secrets, we should consider another day when I will talk specifically about the Dark Angels, because there is a lot more to rake through. My chosen successor chapter of note for the Dark Angels is the Angels of Redemption, primarily because of their curious habit to actually abandon objectives even at grievous cost to their allies should an opportunity to hunt the fallen arise, and they stand as a good example of some of the bizarre oddities that can occur within successor chapters, who, for whatever reason, perhaps that they needed to find some core principle to rally around when they were left with no history or heritage to speak of during their founding, is something which happens often with successor chapters. It leads to chapters like the Angels of Redemption, because they're just trying to find something to define them. And because of their now notoriously unreliable nature, many Imperial forces are not particularly quick to accept their aid. The problem in fact became so great that they even faced calls for the chapter to be censured by the Inquisition. But with the emergence of the Great Rift, many such requests were dismissed, sidelined. The clear danger facing the Imperium became so immediately present that many of these things fell by the wayside. It seemed fitting next to speak to one of the most closely referenced chapters to the Dark Angels, not only in name but also the fact that they face ongoing problems that they wish to keep out of common knowledge, for reasons of both shame and the scrutiny that would accompany wider knowledge of their internal problems. So we're talking, of course, about the Blood Angels. The Primarch of the Blood Angels was, of course, Sanguinius, who famously perished at one of the most pivotal moments in the entire history of the Imperium, the final battle with Horus. Sanguinius was a very unusual Primarch in that he were also a visible mutant, something very commonly shunned or persecuted within the Imperium. He had beautiful, huge wings which were actually physically part of his body. And mutation was something especially shunned upon the world to which he found himself in the scattering, Baal. Sanguinius spent the first 3 years after his rediscovery with the Lunar Wolves, Horus's legion, and when he was finally reunited with his own legion, the 9th, he would swear an oath to them rather than the reverse, exclaiming that he wished he could live up to leading his sons to stand with them in glory or damnation. The Blood Angels in the early period of the Crusade were not like the other legions who helped reconquer and unite worlds of humanity. Instead, they were the Destroyers, the legion who acted as an extension of the Emperor's burning blade, scouring and exterminating any foe they were directed to be unleashed upon, which is something very often not remembered in the contemporary period of the Imperium. In time, though, they were known for sharing some of the other attributes, of course, of their Primarch Sanguinius, who did much to establish the culture of the chapter. He reformed the Blood Angels away from these darker practices that had been emerging in the early Crusade, and would reshape them from an army of killers into a legion of noble warriors that were as well versed in the arts as they were in combat. Many of the Primarchs held traits which overlapped with one another. Sanguinius was second, they say, only to the Emperor in terms of his foresight. He was a beautiful and greatly compassionate individual. He wanted the Imperium to improve life of all mankind and see a lasting end to the strife brought upon by the collapse of human civilization at the close of the Dark Age of technology. Despite this constructive outlook, when he was brought to anger, his rage bordered upon that of Angron. When the Emperor chose Horus as his war master, many believed that it should in fact have been Sanguinius, and had that been the case, history may have told a very different tale, but this was not to be. And Sanguinius saw his powerful foresight as less of a gift than a curse, especially when he would foresee his own death, leading him even to the point of arguing with the Emperor himself that what he had seen must surely come to be, and so he must be allowed to accompany the Emperor when he would board Horus's flagship, the Vengeful Spirit, in the final moments of the Horus heresy. And that discussion was interesting to me in several respects, mainly because of the whole issue of time and people believing that you can change future outcomes. Very ordinarily in fictional verses or stories, you see people who learn about the future, something they dislike or don't want to happen, and they make efforts to try and change that. But Sanguinius is accepting of his future fate. He sees what is going to happen, and he remonstrates with the Emperor that this must happen, it must be, because he has seen it to be. And that is an interesting strengthening of the concepts of time and that kind of placement in 40k. The modern chapter of the Blood Angels are led by Commander Dante, who many believe to be the longest serving Space Marine in the Imperium, at over 1200 years, known for both his mercy, wisdom and of course combat skills. He has rebuilt the Blood Angels as many as 4 times over when their chapter had been nearly completely destroyed, and has remained the keystone of their brotherhood for over a millennia. In the contemporary Imperium, he was designated as the Warden and Regent of Imperium Nihilus, but for Dante, his life of long service has taken an immense toll upon him. He is rarely seen to remove his armour or even his helm, many believe because of the ravages of time that have been visited upon his physical form. The Blood Angels are both a glorious beauty to behold in the eyes of mortal humans and a terrifying form of destruction for its enemies. They have come far since their days as the Emperor's burning destroyers and are known for having more care for baseline humans than many other Astartes, who consider themselves often above mere mortals. But for all their glorious achievements in the arts, their ability to govern, their ferocity and ability in battle, similarly to the Dark Angels, they also retain a dark secret, which few in the Imperium know about. This is in fact a disturbing flaw in their genetics, their gene seed, and the Blood Angels know this as the Red Thirst. Sanguinius attempted to find some means by which to cure this trait, but was ultimately unsuccessful, hiding its existence even from the Emperor. And victims who fell to the Red Thirst were sometimes executed by Sanguinius himself, albeit very reluctantly. In M41, this role is often carried out by their chaplains. So, when afflicted by the Red Thirst, Blood Angels are filled with an intense bloodlust, instilling them with a thirst for, literally, the blood of their enemies. Concerningly though, when affected by this, it can also lead Blood Angels to be so overcome by the frenzy of slaughter, they can end up killing both friend or foe, which has led to some successor chapters being very feared for their potential to murder allies as much as an enemy. And there is also an additional gene seed flaw known to the Blood Angels, even more disturbing perhaps than the Red Thirst, and this is known as the Black Rage, or the flaw of Sanguinius. Nearly all chapters derived from the Blood Angels are believed to be able to fall foul to these conditions, but the Black Rage is an insanity believed caused in part by the psychic imprint left by the trauma of Sanguinius' death. This pain is said to have been so deep that it effectively ingrained or etched itself psychically upon their gene seed. These are not mere memories that overcome a Blood Angel when taken by the Black Rage, but something far deeper. They're reborn in a world of anger, hatred, fury, and nothing else. And as well as Sanguinius' memories, the Blood Angel is touched with a small portion of his actual unearthly power, making them even more powerful and terrifying to face in battle. Unlike the Red Thirst, the Black Rage will allow a Blood Angel a measure of control, but many will still be so maddened with fury and often unable to even distinguish past from present. Sometimes they may even believe that they are Sanguinius upon the eve of his destruction back in the heresy. Battles raging all around them. Those afflicted in this way, if they're able to retain some composure, join what's called the Death Company. These are a unit of Blood Angels that are rarely seen because most who face them never live to tell of it, but for those who have, the legend of the Death Company has spread far and wide, and the enemies of humanity greatly fear them for good reason. Because many Blood Angels suffering the Black Rage obviously will die in combat. They will fight enemies against impossible odds, but where they are victorious, of course, some survive. But this sadly means that they must often be spared the agony of being consumed by the rage, and here is where the High Chaplain, or the Redeemer of the Lost, will bring them their final peace. The cause of these genetic flaws is often debated. Some believe it's even due to Blood Angels' curious practices that involve, well, blood. This is known as insanguination, a process that occurs for the neophytes, the trainees of the Astartes. These trainees are individuals who are still undergoing the transhuman conversion to becoming an Astartes, and the procedure is administered by a sanguinary priest. During insanguination, the gene seed of Sanguinius is implanted into successful neophytes by them simply drinking from a blood chalice. They fall then into a coma and are entombed by the blood servitors inside caskets of the Hall of the Sarcophagi. They remain there for a full year in care of the casket's life support systems, and while in this state they receive further injections from the blood of Sanguinius. Many will die incapable of bearing the vast changes wrought upon them by the gene seed, but others will wake up too early, growing insane from their dark and claustrophobic existence. Lastly, the ones who are able to completely and successfully adapt to the changes will become the newest additions to the chapter. So, unsurprisingly, this curious process is one believed cause of the gene seed damage and consequences. Although this entire process sounds very bizarre, it's worth remembering that during the Crusade, the process of gene seed implantation was still being greatly experimented upon, and legions would often incorporate ritual into this, which has of course only developed further in the millennia since. Of course, there are also those who might speculate that the Emperor actually had a hand in causing some of the flaws and damage to the genetic material of the Space Marines, because he pushed very aggressively for the fast expansion of the legions during the Crusade to bring up their numbers, and often this is believed to have in part deteriorated the gene seed of many Astartes legions. Despite Belisarius' calls attempting to remove some of these flawed genetics of Astartes chapters originating from their legion's heritage, he would discover, or at least has stated, that for those from the 9th and the 6th legions, that's the Blood Angels and the Space Wolves, the genetic abnormalities are in fact very critical to their proper functioning. Specifically why is not explained, but essentially Call is saying, trust the Emperor's genius. The Blood Angels, as a chapter, are quite literally defined by their chapter title. Their storied history is both one of glory and tragedy, which continues into the time of M41, with the likes of Mephiston, the Sanguiner, Astorath, but their dark shame leaves them tainted seemingly for all time. For all of their laudable characteristics, they always remain, similarly to the Dark Angels, the Angels of Death. My chosen successor chapter of note for the Blood Angels